from the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning, as the case may be, across all these time zones, stretching commercially from the Hawaiian and Tahitian Islands out west, eastward to the Caribbean and the U.S. Virgin Islands, south into South America, north, definitely all the way to the pole, and worldwide on the Internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. Glad to be here this morning. It's going to be open lines all night long. And in the next hour, I may open the Antichrist line. I've been kind of working up to this now for a while, spurred on by my audience, made the suggestion. Matter of fact, it was Jim in Vancouver who made the original suggestion that we open an Antichrist line. And this all came from discussion about whether the Antichrist, many people believe the Antichrist is now alive. Now, that kind of turned into a discussion the other night of, well, if he is, what do you think he is doing right now? And that's still a really good question, by the way. What do you think he's doing right now, the Antichrist, if he's out there? And that evolved into, well then, why not open a line? I know there are those out there who believe they are the Antichrist, and maybe they are. And maybe they're not. Maybe they're deluding themselves in some way. Maybe they're experiencing some sort of mental illness, elevator not going to all floors, that sort of thing. And maybe the real thing is out there. We'll see. Regular news, 8 states held primaries Tuesday night. California dominated the political landscape with an open seat for governor, and the U.S. Senate, and 2 far-reaching ballot initiatives to weaken organized labor's political muscle and eliminate bilingual education. Monica Lewinsky has sacked her lawyer, Ginsburg, hired 2 more. The special prosecutor says he welcomes their presence. Independent counsel Kenneth Starr asked the Supreme Court Tuesday to rule on whether or not Secret Service employees and a White House aide must testify before a grand jury. There I may see a problem. I wonder how the rest of you feel about it. The Secret Service, because of the job that it does, must by its very nature be really, really intimate with the president and the first family. And it's just the way it is. And of course they are charged with protecting other heads of state who come here from elsewhere. And I'm not altogether sure that they should testify. They probably should have some sort of immunity. I mean, if you go to the basic question of what they're required to do, what their job is, and if the president has to worry that the man who is standing there, and it is a big intrusion into a private life, no question about it, that man who always has to be present could be required to testify about anything. I don't know that is such a good idea. What do you think? Shuttle on the way to Mir stabilized, it should go okay. India and Pakistan are now capable of arming warplanes with nukes, and probably will be able to deploy warheads on missiles in a year or 2. This is from the Clinton administration. Right? Phil Hartman's wife confessing to a friend that she killed the comic actor, but the man didn't believe the distraught woman until he arrived at the couple's home and found the body. So there you have it. She apparently confessed to this in a phone call. C-SPAN tonight ran something on the year 2000 problem. For those who thought Gary North was way over the line, an awful lot of what was heard on C-SPAN should have scared you in exactly the same way. By the way, again, with respect to the nuke, Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan on Fox News Sunday said, quote, "We're closer to nuclear war than at any time since the Cuban Missile Crisis." End quote. And here I've got a very interesting article. We were talking about earthquakes, as you know. I suspect strongly, and I'm not afraid to say, because as far as I can see, the rest of the media is, that there is at least a possibility that the India and Pakistani nuclear testing caused the Afghan earthquake. Nobody wants to talk about that. And I'm sure there are lots of political reasons why. They now think about 5,000 died in that earthquake. And if one were to even suggest the possibility that an earthquake could be caused by a nuke detonated underground, that would make it an entirely different argument, wouldn't it? And so I think the media is intentionally staying away from even speculating about it for that reason. Now, what does that say to you? Did you know that the Russians were working on a bomb that would have actually the ability to penetrate deep in the earth, dropped from an airplane, specifically to cause an earthquake? Did you know they were working on that? Well, they were. They spent years working on it. An atomic bomb that would be dropped specifically to cause an earthquake, to trigger an earthquake. Now, I suspect we're working on it too. And that's a weapon of war. In other words, earth movement, or the production of earth movement, of an earthquake, at the right moment, could be every bit as deadly as something detonated above ground, but you'd have a lot of advantage, really. If you caused a giant earthquake with an A-bomb, or an H-bomb, you would cause incredible devastation, like a bomb, except your bomb would not be radiating. It would have gone underground, done its work, caused an earthquake, and you would have devastation and death, just the way you would if you dropped a bomb, minus the radiation. So, I've got information right here from the Associated Press that indeed the Russians had been working on it. And you know, if they are working on it, we have worked on it, or we are now. Right? Am I right? I'm afraid I am. Anyway, open lines coming up. All right, this is going to be a completely open line night. Anything you want to talk about is fair game. So let's see, where to begin. East of the Rockies, you are on the air.
Oh, yeah, this is Frenchie.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine.
All right. Hey, you had a guy on the other night that was talking about these ferrets, the animal guy.
Yeah.
He had a good laugh on him. He must be a big hardy guy or something.
Yeah, he's, if you could see his photograph, he's got a lot of facial hair, a big beard.
God, when he laughed,
he's like
Santa Claus.
Yeah,
laughing.
it's like you're looking at Mr. Outdoors when you see him. I mean, he looks the part.
He sounded very healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said.
And you know what? I'm kind of glad you mentioned it, because I now have two PETA people. You know PETA, right?
Peter, as in.
No, PETA. PETA.
PETA.
People eating tasty animals. PETA.
Oh.
Anyway,
Peter.
Two PETA people who want to come on and debate him, and I lost his number.
Oh gosh.
So when I get it, I'm going to set up that debate.
Listen.
Yes.
He had the ferrets eating faces.
Yeah, ferret eating face.
And
face-eating ferrets.
I think it was about, I don't know, some time ago you were talking about this woman who was sitting on a porch and a pig ran across the lawn and jumped up on a porch and bit her vigorously.
That's right, and I think that pig had to be shot by a cop.
You know, I called up Vince in Chicago and we checked the journals and everything else on it. And we couldn't figure out what part of the medical journals, what part of the anatomy of the vigorously was. Goodbye.
It's something below the kneecap and above the ankle. That's where the vigorously area is. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
Let me get this radio off. I got it. Okay.
Good.
This is Nick from Oak Harbor, which is on Whidbey Island.
Hi, Nick.
Which is near where the latest crop circles are.
Well, crop circles, maybe. You know, there's more evidence now pointing toward two rather terrestrial possibilities. One, high winds, very unusual high winds, and the other, a fertilization error. So we're not sure yet.
Okay, well, that's one of the things I wanted to report to you. The article in the Whidbey News-Times as of last Saturday talked about the farmer who owned the field who admitted that there had not been cow manure placed in that field for over 2 years.
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's number one.
Yeah.
In the second place, we had no extremely high winds at the time that this was supposed to have been formed in that area.
Well, there are still unexplained things about it. I'm just saying that the people I've been hearing from have been suggesting that they think it's leaning in that direction.
Well, I can understand that, but, you know, we live right here, and I went down and interviewed some people from there. We were down there 2 days last week, Thursday and Friday, as a matter of fact. No, Friday and Saturday, I'm sorry.
And
took some pictures, of course, and all the rest of it. And when we talked I interviewed a lady who said that she talked to people who had seen the area Wednesday of the previous week, and it wasn't there, and a man who saw it Thursday afternoon.
Oh, look, it's entirely possible it was formed quickly. Now, I'd be the last one to say not. I don't want to take your crop circle away from you. But I'm simply saying, and I talked to Peter Davenport earlier this evening, that we're sort of leaning toward a natural explanation of some sort, as opposed to, you know, them. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Good evening, Mr. Bell.
Good evening to you.
It's been quite a while since I've spoken to you last.
How long is
Robert.
it? Robert, yes.
Your dimension traveler.
Oh, yes, that Robert.
This Robert.
Good to hear from you again.
Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Well, I'm presently in Los Angeles, and I'm quite fascinated with the political process here.
In L.A.? Political process in L.A.?
In this United States.
So, you're supposed to be calling on the Antichrist line.
Why?
Well, you talked about political process in this country.
That's true. That is a... Seriously, though, it's very interesting because where I come from, our government is primarily libertarian.
Another dimension.
Yes.
So where does that leave us libertarians in this dimension? Hopelessness? I mean,
no,
the only
not
time
at all.
we're going to get to libertarianism is in another dimension?
No, you have quite a good chance of it, actually. If all of the people who claim that they were throwing away their vote by voting libertarian were to do so, you'd have the same government that I do.
Well, I don't claim that at all. I mean, I know
quite
better.
Quite a number of people, you know, I've heard on your talk radio stations.
Well, I think that attitude is changing a lot.
Yes, it is.
I think that a lot of people are beginning to conclude they are not going to throw away their vote, and they are not going to vote for either one of the existing two same-os.
Right. Yes, we had our primaries in several of our states also.
Yes, I know.
And the Well, the Native American Party, as you would call it here, is getting closer. They only fell off by 243 votes this time.
Yeah, but basically,
governor of Arizona.
But basically, it's still the person with the most money that wins.
Not where I come from.
Well, that's another dimension.
We are. Though I was pleased to see that your people are in California are making the same inroads, because the two most wealthy people running for the governor lost to the one with the least funds and least charisma, for what I could gather.
Well,
and Gray Davis.
If that's true, then there really is a turnaround, and then maybe Francis Barwood in Arizona has a pretty good chance.
Well, I wanted to also bring up something disturbing.
On my show, something disturbing?
Yes.
Oh no!
Yes.
All we have is good news here. Okay, Robert, what?
Well, this whole situation with India and Pakistan is very disturbing. There were, I've been gone for a while, back home.
To your dimension.
Yes. And,
how are India and Pakistan doing over there?
We don't have any difficulty with nuclear power. Matter of fact, nuclear power is just that. It's used for, power sources.
That's it?
That's it.
Nobody makes any bombs?
No. As a matter of fact,
have you considered
when the tests were first being done, and there was a possibility that when it was discovered that a bomb actually could be made from.
Do you realize the risk you're running by being in our dimension? It was Patrick Moynihan, senator, said the other day we're closer to nuclear war right now than any time since Cuba.
Why do you think I keep a finger on the switch?
All right, Robert. Yes, well, you'd have a few minutes warning anyway. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Good evening there, Mr. Bell. This is Ben from Oregon.
Hello, Ben.
Say, Mr. Bell, you know the forecast made about Fatima?
Yes.
When I was a little boy...
You mean the third terrible secret?
Well, before the first two were released, and going to a Catholic school in about 1942 or 3, and the reason I'm saying this is a lady called in and she said, what can we do about it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was a prayer at the time, and it went like this. Dear Lady of Fatima, we come on bended knee to ask your intercession for peace and unity.
Sounds like a poem.
Yeah, and it actually, it was a song, and it says...
No, that's sufficient. I've got the idea.
But the end of it is... we come on, okay, in the end it more or less says, we pledge our love and offer thee a rosary each day. And that was the promise to forestall the Fatima predictions, was a prayer to the Blessed Virgin, theory being that being the mother of Christ, a son would be more likely to obey the will of his mother than the will of the people in general. And that was the prayer offered. And this, as I say, this went back to the original predictions in 1914, because I heard it in 1942 when I was in about the 3rd grade. So I thought I would pass it on to you. And one more thing you might find of interest.
Yeah?
There are certain long-distance carriers that will ring your number up to 60 times a full 5 minutes.
Really?
Oh, yes. So I have a new carrier, and it's the Christian Digital Network.
The Christian Digital Network?
Oh, yeah, it's the Christian.
You mean they're getting into phone companies now?
You betcha. And they're advertised on one of your competitor shows there.
Uh-huh.
And they ring a full 60 times.
Well, why don't they just let it ring and ring until there is, just ring and ring and ring? Why not? Well, anyway, I gotta go. It's the bottom of the hour. Back to the phone lines, and on the international line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art. It's Darren in Winnipeg.
Winnipeg, yes, hi.
Yeah. A little bit cool peg these days.
Cool peg. It's cooling off up there, huh?
Yeah. That's one of the things I wanted to talk about. Plus, I wanted to talk about the nukes and earthquakes. But first, the way the weather is up here last week or about a week or so ago, we were getting weather that was like in the high, in the mid 70s and during the day, and now it's only getting up to somewhere around the mid to high 50s, and we're somewhere around the mid low 30s in the evenings.
Yeah, but good Lord, man, you're in Canada. I mean, Canada's cold.
Yeah, I know, but it shouldn't be this cold at this time of the year, though, Art.
It shouldn't.
No.
What should
normally it's warmer than this. This is June.
Give me a typical temperature for June.
Typical, somewhere around the 75, 77, 78, something like that.
Instead, you're in the 50s, huh?
Yeah.
Well.
Or low 60s. For high during the day, and it just all of a sudden happened. And there are parts of Manitoba where they had a little bit of snow overnight last night.
Well, I mean, obviously, we're in the middle of a weather change, so...
Obviously.
Yeah. Anyway, what else?
I wanted to talk a bit about the nukes and earthquakes.
Yes.
First of all, I tend to agree with you on it possibly having an effect.
The question is
having an effect. And,
the question is, why won't anybody talk about it?
Well, I guess they're scared and they don't want to admit that they're wrong, and even up here in a non-nuclear power like Canada, we don't have nukes, or well, we have nuclear power plants like for research and generating electricity and that in some provinces, but we don't have any nuclear weapons, at least not that I know of.
How do we know that you all up there don't have a secret cache? In fact, how do you know you don't have a secret cache?
I don't know. The government doesn't tell us much up here either.
You know, I mean, we're going through this big fishing dispute with you on the West Coast, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You never know how that might spiral out of control.
Yeah. And anyway, on our Discovery Channel up here last night,
yes.
They have a program called at Discovery Canada. It's a science news program, and
yep.
One of the segments on it is called "You Asked For It," where viewers can call in or write in by email with the question.
And what? And the question was?
And the question was whether or not nukes and earthquakes are related.
And the answer was?
The answer that was given was no. Although seismic activity is noticed around the area and that, but it's officially that it doesn't. So that was the answer up here too.
I see. All right. Well, thank you. Yes, of course. I guess that's what they're going to say, but they're full of it. I think there's every possibility. I mean, look, Russia had an absolute program going on for years and years, to develop nuclear bombs that would be lowered into the ground or dropped from a plane in a warfare kind of situation, go at least 135 feet down, detonate, and cause earthquakes. That was the entire thrust of their program. And, you know, if they're doing it, you know we are. You know we are. And to suggest that, you know, what scientists will tell you, of course, is that the power of a 6-point earthquake is just incredible compared to a nuclear detonation underground. But what they are not acknowledging is the sympathetic theory. That obviously if you produce a seismic event, 4-point something or another, I think they measured the one in Pakistan, to suggest that could not produce a sympathetic reaction in a fault line, you know, a tectonic movement that's getting ready to move anyway. That's crazy. They're crazy. There's another reason why they're not allowing for the possibility that it may be causing earthquakes. It may have a lot to do with, well, we tested here in Nevada near me. I remember when I lived in Las Vegas, when they were doing it, they would give us warnings. People in high places, up on buildings, way up, had to come inside during the time that we were testing, and you could feel the sway in Las Vegas. So, if you could feel the sway in Las Vegas from the test site 90 miles away, don't even try to tell me that there could not be a relationship between testing and earthquakes, because I'm not buying it. Because I think there could be. It's just they won't talk about it. It intrigues me. It intrigues me that the major media worldwide won't even talk about it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Doug in Colorado. Listening to you on 630 KHOW.
That's the one.
It's funny you mentioned that about Afghanistan, the quakes. That's the first thing I thought about as well, with the earthquake causing that. I mean, the nuclear testing. Excuse me.
Well, look, check me if I'm wrong here, but that's what everybody's telling me. And you know, is it a little strange that the talking heads who would normally talk themselves to death over something like this aren't even mentioning it?
Yeah, it's, you know, it might take a little bit too much investigating for them, and that's, they don't like to work too hard.
Oh, no, I think it might have geopolitical implications that, well, there I said it.
That too. I was wondering if you might have spoken to Jim Brickland. Isn't he the geologist that...
Yep.
Right.
Jim has not commented on it, although I would welcome his comments on it. Most geologists are afraid to make such a suggestion. Maybe Jim Brickland, in his retired, who cares what I say kind of mode, might tell us.
Exactly, yeah. he seems to... Just that way, exactly. He's not afraid of the consequences, and I've listened to him several times. I thought he was...
Yeah, me too. All right, Jim, if you're out there, send me a fax. What do you think? Is it possible, Jim, Mr. Birkeland, that a nuclear detonation in the, 1820 kiloton range, or megaton if you talk about what the Indians detonated, could cause a reaction not all that far away in Afghanistan that could trigger an earthquake like this? Maybe Jim Birkeland, since he's retired, you know, it's really hard to get people who have regular careers now, geologic careers of some sort, to comment on this, because I think it's a political real hot potato, and I'm just convinced. So what about you, Jim? Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Yes. I was going to mention something about the Antichrist.
Oh, yes. What do you, first of all, do you think the Antichrist is now alive?
I'm not sure.
You think it's possible?
Well, I think it's possible. But I was going to ask you, have you ever heard anything about the Bible Code?
Oh, of course. Michael Drosnin wrote the Bible Code.
Right. Well, I came across that on the Internet, and I flipped through it, and I found it very interesting, and I was reading all the articles where they had found out that once they believed it to be true, and then they found out that that could happen with any text, randomly. And they used Bill Gates as an example.
A lot of people think Bill Gates is the Antichrist.
Yeah, and they showed that Bill Gates was,
There are entire websites devoted to the fact that Bill Gates is the Antichrist. Personally, I don't think he's that bad at all. I have a little anger with him about the first days of Windows 95 and some of the bugs, but the Antichrist, no.
Well, the thing that I thought of is when I read that, because I realized that they were making fun, saying that Bill Gates could be the Antichrist.
If you think that's something, you should see what I've got here.
What's that? I
have, now this obviously has got to be a joke, of course. But it says here, Dateline, Redmond, Washington, world leaders reacted with stunned silence as Microsoft Corporation conducted an underground nuclear test at a secret facility in eastern Washington state. The device exploded at 9:22 a.m. Pacific time. Today was timed to coincide with talks between Microsoft and the U.S. Department of Justice over possible antitrust action. Then it supposedly quotes Mr. Gates here as saying, Microsoft is going to defend its right to market its products by all necessary means.
Well, he definitely has a lot of power. And the thing that I think though is that I don't believe the Antichrist will know who he is. I believe he'll be more like a pawn.
But he might know. He might sort of have, the way you have a sense about things. See, that's why I think when I open, what do you think will happen if I open the Antichrist line?
I think you're going to get a lot of nuts calling in.
Well, there is that. But I mean, there's also the possibility, you've got to admit, slim though it may be, that the Antichrist is out. By the way, could the Antichrist be a woman?
I wouldn't see any reason why not. I don't know.
I mean, Christ, that was a man, right?
Yes.
So wouldn't it make sense that the Antichrist would be
A woman. Well, I don't know. Since you've been talking about it the last couple of nights, I decided to do a little bit of reading on it, and I was very surprised because I've heard a lot of people in different religions talk about the Antichrist and predict it in the end of the age and everything. But when I turned to a Strong's Concordance, Antichrist is only listed 4 times, and it's not even in the book of Revelations. It's in the book of 1st and 2nd John, and it's used as just as like a group of people that just don't profess Christ came in the flesh as the Son of God. So
as Antichrist?
Yeah.
Well, in that case, it's going to be a hot, busy night. What do you? If the Antichrist is alive right now, what do you think she's doing?
I'm not saying it's a she.
All right. Goodbye. Wouldn't even associate herself with the possibility. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
How are you tonight?
Reasonably well. You are violating procedure with your radio up, aren't you?
No, the radio's down.
Oh, that's your dog.
That's our dog, yes. All right, the reason why I called
Yes.
is that in 1983, I want to make this real quick. 1983, I checked out a book of Sarasota, Florida from the library. It was called Philadelphia Experiment.
Oh, yes.
Now, a few years ago in Fayetteville, North Carolina, I tried to check out this book again. They did not have a copy of it, and they told me they could do a search nationwide to all the libraries and borrow this copy for me.
Yes.
Well, when they did this, I went down a few days later to find out the results, and they told me that no library that they could come across had a copy of the book, that the book did not exist. So I would figure maybe I had the title wrong, which I doubt that I did because I know I checked this book out.
No, it's called the Philadelphia Experiment.
Well, I checked it out for 2 weeks out of the library in Florida back in 1983. Now, I cannot find a copy of this book anywhere, and everybody...
All right. Well, all right. The best I can do for you, thank you for the call, and I'll do it, is to try and get hold of Al Bielek. It's been a while since I've talked to Al. Maybe too long. Oh, by the way, I've got some news for... Now that I think about it, I'll hold it till after the top of the hour. But I have some important guest news for you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Hi, Art. How's it going? I got a few things I wanted to talk to you about. First of all, that phone ringing thing. What I've read about that is that...
What phone ringing thing?
You know how...
Oh, you mean when you call me?
Right.
Yeah.
What I've read is that it takes a higher voltage for them to make the phone ring, so it costs them less if they cut it off at a certain amount of rings.
Oh, that's stupid.
That's what I've heard.
That's stupid.
Yeah.
The whole idea of cutting it off in the first place is stupid.
Yeah.
And it's happened since we broke up the phone company.
Yeah.
Before then, things were a lot different. Telephones weighed more. They worked better.
Yep.
Sounded better.
Yep.
Now,
and of course, the other thing too is with the black boxes. That may be another motive behind it. Is the black boxes worked by when somebody picked up the other phone, it would think it was still ringing, and so that may be another reason for it.
Are you a phone hacker?
Well, I read 2600. I know Eric Corley.
You are a phone hacker.
Just sort of casually. But
even knowing that number, it is the number of the hacker.
Yeah.
2600. You and I both know it.
You should have some hackers on your show sometime.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I'm already working on it.
Good deal.
All right?
Eric Corley would be interested. I got a couple other things for you. I live in Coopville where that crop sort of rectangle appeared.
Yes.
I've seen it. It's interesting. The people around here seem to have come to the conclusion that it's a combination of the rain and wind. That is a high wind area where it happens to be at. And I don't know what to make of it.
All right, thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello there. This is Fritz calling.
Ah, Fritz, the unmistakable voice of Fritz. How you doing?
Fine. First of all, I must make a correction. Last week when I said we had 2,066 nuclear explosion, it was 2,056. That's the exact count. plus one Saturday, so that stands 2,057.
That's a bunch.
Now, I remember April the 26th, 1968, when the largest underground explosion took place outside Las Vegas. I was in place at 7 o'clock in the morning. I felt
Where were you?
Right outside Vegas.
The place to be, if you really wanted to experience it, was up at the top of a tall building in Las Vegas. And I did that several times, and man, I'll tell you, the ground, she rocks. Now, that's a long way away, Fritz.
But you have to realize why I went there, because I knew when we have underground nuclear explosion of any kind, UFOs will show up, and sure they did. The first thing, I still have the clipping, 4/26/68 on the sun, UFOs over Venus, so I knew they were over Vegas too, and sure enough, I saw them. They were right over my head. I tried to take pictures, but...
Makes sense to me, Fritz. I mean, it flat out makes sense. If they are there, they're definitely going to be interested in what we're doing in this area.
They measure everything. Every time you have an explosion, you watch for UFOs because of earthquake activity. That's common sense.
You know, we haven't been exploding nuclear devices underground, and maybe they had just about concluded that we had a handle on it.
Mm-hmm.
And if they did, then what do you suppose they concluded the other day?
Well, I mean, they're constantly observing us, and of course, with India and Pakistan, this is totally out of control. I mean, you've got two undernourished nations having a game here. Who's got the biggest weapon? I mean, it's insane. But remember, we were there with the Russians back 10, 15 years ago.
I know, but we aren't into martyrdom, and actually, the Russians are not either. Now, when you get into nations like Pakistan, that changes.
Well, they have a power struggle. It's like children playing with fire. And, of course, the big daddy, that's the United States and the Europe, the nations, have to come together to stop that nonsense because we've been through for 20, 30 years, the Cold War. We have to graduate and come above that level. Otherwise, like doctor says, the physicist said, we're going to be a zero.
Yeah. We will remain a type zero planet.
Right.
Sterile, no doubt, at that. That was Dr. Michio Kaku. And by the way, the scientists that control the atomic clock, that clock which shows how close we are to self-destruction, I guess are having meetings right now deciding whether to move it closer to midnight. It had backed away a little bit because of what's going on in India and Pakistan. We might get up to about 2 minutes or even less before midnight. Anyway, one thing's for sure, something's coming, and we're not going back.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM.
Boy, do I have some big news for you. I just got a message from Robert Ghostwolf, and I can now confirm for you that Monday, June 15th, at 11 o'clock Pacific, we will have, for, as far as I know, one of the first times in broadcast history, 2 Hopi elders on the program from the Hopi Sinum, the Hopi Nation. Because we want to avoid any pressure or harassment being brought upon them from any source prior to the program, we are not going to give you the names until then. And I'm not even sure about that, but I think we may then. Certainly not prior to the program. We don't want pressure, and there will be pressure, I can assure you. The Hopi elders feel that the time of change, the time of earth change, is now so close that they have no choice but to go public. And as far as I know, this will be one of the first times that's ever been done. So it's going to be on this program, June 15th, 11 o'clock Pacific, or otherwise the second hour of the program. Thought you'd be interested. Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell. I just got a fax from Bill in Anchorage who says, Art, anyone who believes that the India-Pakistani nuclear test caused the Afghan earthquake simply does not understand geology, seismology, or the immense power of earthquakes and the forces required to trigger them. And, I get a lot of this. And I understand that is the traditional view the conventional wisdom view of geologists and scientists, but I think they're full of crap. And I think that nuclear tests... Look, again, I'll say it this way. I've lived here near the test site for a long time. I worked in Las Vegas for well over a decade. Actually, well over a decade. And I was in Las Vegas when they did underground testing 90 miles away. And let me tell you right now, the buildings would rock and roll in Las Vegas. I mean, they would issue warnings to everybody outside working on windows or on high-rises or in precarious positions to get the hell inside. I issued those warnings on the radio. And then the bombs should go, and you'd go back and forth, and you'd sway, and there'd be like an earthquake. Now, that's 90 miles away. And there's no way anybody's going to tell me that something that can produce that kind of earth movement 90 miles away doesn't have the possibility of causing a sympathetic fracture is a wrong word, tectonic plate movement, and causing an earthquake. I'm steadfastly going to stick to my guns on this one. I think it's possible, and moreover, I think it's criminal that the world's media, and I mean the world's media, isn't even talking about it. Something's up. Why wouldn't they talk about it? And then, of course, tonight, there is the Antichrist. The Antichrist line. Here is a fax, Art. If the Antichrist is alive at this time, I'd suspect that he's likely sitting on a tropical beach, under the shade of a palm, sipping a tall, cool drink and rocking in a rocking chair. His business seems to be doing quite all right on its own, or rather with our collective help. So here's somebody who thinks the Antichrist is simply sort of laid back and thinking things are going pretty well for him right now. All right, just so that proper credit or blame is assigned, it was Jim in Vancouver, Canada. That's right, Vancouver, who suggested the Antichrist line. By writing the following. Hello, Art. Love your show. Just a comment on the Antichrist. You asked on the air a few nights ago, what do you think the Antichrist is doing right now? It's true, I did. And he says, well, I feel the Antichrist doesn't even know he's the Antichrist. He won't know until just before the end, just like Judas, who betrayed Christ. Judas himself didn't even know until it was too late. So he suggested the Antichrist line. Andy in Eureka seconds that, and all these other faxes I'm getting. Therefore, why not? Let us try it. I hereby reserve away what is normally our first-time caller line, area code 702-727-1222, and I hereby cancel that line tonight, and I hereby assign it to anybody out there who believes he, and I might add, it's eminently possible it's a she. After all, Antichrist was a man. The Antichrist could be a woman. Got to consider that possibility. If you think you're the Antichrist, or you even, if you even just a little bit think you're the Antichrist, well, now is the time to call. The Antichrist line is hereby officially open. Now, I no doubt will not begin to answer it until the bottom of the hour because I'm going to screen the calls to be sure of what I get. You've got to have, if you're going to have an Antichrist line, you've got to have high-quality Antichrist calls. They're going to drag me out of here one day. Anyway, there you have it. The Antichrist line, 702-727-1222. Now, it's ringing like crazy right now. Already. I was wondering earlier on, would it not ring? Will there not be any out there who will claim to be the Antichrist? Or will there be many? I don't know. We'll find out tonight. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
I'm laughing because it's the Antichrist thing. I'm waiting to see what comes of it.
Well, what is your best guess?
You're going to get a lot of calls, and there's going to be a lot of kooks.
You think so?
I think so.
Now, the trick is going to be to sift through the kooks.
Right.
And see if you can, there's bound to be one voice in the middle of the night that's going to sound like the real thing.
I hope so.
You do?
Well, I mean, I don't hope so.
Oh, now listen to you.
Well.
It sounds like you might be on his side.
No way. That isn't why I called, though.
Okay.
I couldn't get through the other night when you had your person on talking about the animals.
Ah, yes.
And then I believe it was last night you talked about the double-sexed polar bears.
That's right. Great news, huh?
Well, no. Old news.
No, it's not old news. I mean, they've had them before, but the incidence of it has gone up by many hundreds of %.
Exactly. And in the last few years, I'm coming from the upstate New York area. There have been born one calf that I know of that was both totally male and female at the same time. Many other mutations, such as an extra set of legs here and there, one two-headed calf, and killed and documented by NCON, a hunter killed it, a doe with the most beautiful set of antlers you ever saw.
Oh, brother.
So, I mean, this pollution or whatever it is that's causing this.
Better living through chemicals, huh?
Something like that. And people don't believe it. And, I mean, and this...
You know what I wish? I wish that if we would mutate, we would get some extra useful appendages.
Oh, okay.
Right?
This calf was totally healthy.
Now, I understand, and I appreciate your call, but think about it for a moment. If we're going to mutate, how about an eye in the back of the head? How about an arm out of your back? Can you imagine the things that we could do as human beings that we now can't do because we don't have these things? There are other possibilities. Sensory organs placed at different locales. I can just imagine all kinds of things, but it probably won't go that way. We'll end up with something horrible. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
I'm okay.
Listen, of course there's a connection between nukes and earthquakes. You'd have to be a fool to think that there wasn't.
Well, but look, have you watched TV? Do you watch CNN, NBC, ABC, CBS? Nobody talks about it. Nobody even hints about it. Now, why would that be?
Well, I have an idea. Maybe this is all some sort of a preemptive measure for some other sort of event.
What do you mean?
With all of the earth changes that you hear about, that are predicted, that are prophesied. Maybe there is some world government somewhere that knows something, and they're just trying to preempt the inevitable by blowing it to kingdom come.
What do you think the Antichrist might be doing right now?
Probably waiting for you to answer the phone.
Class A answer, ma'am. Class A answer. Well, he's out there. We're going to be getting to it toward the bottom of the hour here.
I'm looking forward to it.
All right, thank you.
Good night, Art.
See you later. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, how you doing, Art?
I'm doing so far so good.
All right, this is George in Philadelphia.
Hi, George.
Okay, you had a call around before talking about Al Bielek, and you were wondering where he is.
Well, not so much. I said I was going to try and contact him. You're going to have to talk real strong in your phone, yell at us.
All right.
All right, yeah, I've got a phone number for Al Bielek, and I should call it and see if I can find him. I think he's in Arizona.
Actually, no. I have a friend. Now, I used to live on Long Island, and I've actually been to the Montauk Project.
Yes.
Out there on the East End.
Yes.
And I actually have a friend who has been there without me, and she has seen him and the Duncan Cameron.
Yes.
They have both been in that area. There's a little residential area where there's some houses and whatever.
Well, I know Al moved to the south for a while, because I interviewed him once when he was there. Then he moved back to Arizona. Now, he may be traveling, but I think that his home is now in Arizona. I think.
Oh, well, I know that I've been to the project before, and I know that they still have. In fact, they're still operational. There's still some of the satellite dishes are working there, and there's still people. They have the military still there, and if you actually go on there and go to a certain level, to a certain point, they'll take you and they'll arrest you basically and say, get out of here.
Well, right. Secret stuff.
Yeah.
What could I say? All right, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll try and I'll see if I can get hold of Al. He's out there somewhere. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Yes?
Oh, sorry about that.
Sorry about what?
I didn't. I had the radio on. I was waiting for you to hang up on the radio.
I see. Okay, well, here you are. Where are you?
In Los Angeles.
L.A.
I have some fuel to add to your fire on the earthquakes.
Yes?
I'm surprised you missed this. You never miss anything.
Well, I missed some things.
When they had the test in India,
Yes?
I don't know how soon it was after that, but it was within a week. They had a 6.2.
China.
Yes, and then...
No, I didn't miss that. No, you're right. I didn't miss it. I had it on the air.
Oh, well, I was just thinking that the pattern...
The one, though, that really blew me away was Pakistan and Afghanistan. Look at the map.
Well, it was the pattern that blew me away.
Yep.
India, and the earthquake was northeast of India, and Pakistan.
Well, the big question, ma'am, is all of you. You all know it. You're talking about it. I'm talking about it. Nobody else is talking about it.
Well, nobody else is as smart as we are.
Oh,
Tongue in cheek, of course. And the Antichrist couldn't be a woman because he's constantly referred to as a he.
Well, I know, but I know.
And I agree with one of your callers. I don't believe that he really realizes who he is, because when he comes into power, he's going to be a mighty person. He's going to do a lot of good. And it's not until that first 3.5 years, then I think the power will go to his head and he becomes pure evil.
Well, I'm not ruling out the possibility it's a woman.
I beg your pardon?
I'm not ruling out the possibility it's a woman.
Oh, you're not?
No, I'm not.
Well, okay.
And besides, tonight we'll tell the story. I mean, we'll see. It's entirely possible the Antichrist could be a woman. And that the references to he just could have been a sort of a sign of the times, where anything significant would have been a he. When you think about it, the Antichrist could easily be a woman. Out there, maybe working in an office. A housewife. Your bus driver. Your school teacher. Your Sunday school teacher. Anybody. A wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
I'm okay.
Oh, that's good. I just got one thing briefly.
Yes?
On the year 2K problem.
Why 2K, yes.
Yeah. What do you think? I mean, you're pretty computer literate. What about basically just never letting the computer get to 00?
Well, Gary North talked a little bit about that, for example, skipping the year and just going to 2001 for a year.
Yeah.
And that might solve some problems. He alluded to that possibility. But not many. And the problem with Y2K is that, there are a lot where they can't even do that. And all of this is written into code, which was compiled with compilers that don't even exist anymore, and it's going to turn over no matter what.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a domino effect. Now, whether you buy into that serious an effect or not, I think clearly something is going to happen.
Yeah, I was thinking even if you always just sort of backtracked and kept it at 1999 for a few years, it might give you more headaches with a computer, but at least it wouldn't flip to 2000 and cause all this breakdown.
Well, we'll see. They had quite a deal on C-SPAN earlier today about it, and it seems to me that most of what Gary North said seemed to be pretty much right on track. That's just me. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hi, Art. I've got a news flash for you. This is Mark in Houston.
Yes, Mark.
I listened to you on KTRH.
That's the one.
We had an astronaut imposter arrested here at Johnson Space Center today.
An astronaut imposter?
Yes, sir. Unbelievable.
You're kidding.
Do we have security over there or what? He actually didn't have a house or an apartment. He had an RV. I know there's been a lot of cutbacks, but I mean that's kind of impossible to believe. But he had top-level access. He went to Pensacola, and he flew a trainer, and then he went to Corpus Christi Naval Air Station, and he flew a jet down there, and he just cruised around. And I need you to do a little, follow-up on that. I didn't catch it all on the news tonight, but I wanted you to be the first one to know, because I know you got a lot of connections. He was just
That
a
is
scam
weird.
artist.
Wait, what was the object of the impersonation? Why?
I really don't know. I didn't have the TV turned up, and I didn't get all the full story, but they went out and interviewed neighbors at the RV park.
Maybe he wanted to take a ride.
He was a wannabe. He actually had the top level security. He actually sat at the console for 2 days during one of the launch missions.
You're kidding.
He was right in there.
Next thing we hear, he's going to be part of a crew, sort of a stowaway that manages to get on or something. Wouldn't that be incredible?
Yeah, that's one of the basic things, know the next guy to you. You don't know who you're working with.
All right, I thank you for the call. Yeah, if you've got the right badge, the right briefcase, and you look like you know where you're going, it is amazing where you can get. Coming up, the Antichrist line. First time ever. If the Antichrist is in the U.S., what state do you think the Antichrist would most likely be in? Everybody's going to say California, right? Well, that'd be the thing. Might fool you. The Antichrist might be in a really rural state like North or South Dakota, Arkansas. You never know. Just to fool you. While you're thinking the Antichrist is in California, actually, he's in the heartland. Maybe even the Bible Belt. Got to imagine that too, right? Anyway, that line is about to get activated.
On the Antichrist line. You're on the air.
Hello there?
Hello.
You're on the air.
Yes. My name is Nicholas.
Nicholas.
I'm from Kentucky.
Nicholas in Kentucky, already suspicious. Nicholas.
Why is that?
Well, I don't know. Nicholas, I could imagine that somebody of true evil would take a name associated with great joy, as in St. Nicholas, as in...
Well, it was given to me by my mother, so I'm not sure about that.
Your mother, huh?
It's a little difficult for me to talk about.
I understand that. I mean, how long have you...
About 6 months.
You believe that you're the Antichrist for 6 months?
And I would not claim to believe that, but it's something that seems to be coming forced upon me.
Force? Well, of course, you can't help yourself, right?
No, it doesn't seem so.
In what way has it begun to manifest itself in you? I mean, do you think constant evil thoughts? Are you amoral?
No, not at all. In fact, if I can just relate what had happened that brought me to this conclusion, or is bringing me to this conclusion.
Yes.
Last summer, my mother died in a car accident, and I was with her in the car. This was in August of '97.
Yes.
We took her to the hospital, and she had about a day left. I really don't know much about her background. I never knew my father. But as far as I knew, she was raised in eastern Kentucky. I was brought up Pentecostal.
Mm-hmm.
And she revealed to me that my grandmother, who's actually British, had been involved in things like the Temple of the Golden Dawn. I knew nothing about this, frankly. And it was shocking to me, especially as a Christian. But afterwards, strange events, I guess you would call them, began to happen.
Like what?
Well, for one, my occipital bone in our accident was seriously damaged, and I had essentially lost sight in both of my eyes. Yeah. And according to at least the doctors, I was not supposed to regain sight, because once that bone is damaged and the trauma to the optic nerve and so forth.
But you regained sight.
I regained sight, and
well, what does that have to do with being the Antichrist?
Well, it doesn't have anything to do, actually. What's strange is as I was regaining sight, for one, the scar left above my right eyebrow
What does that have to do with
is
being
actually a 666.
Oh, now that has a lot to do with it. You have a 666 scar?
A minute 666 scar.
Oh, my word.
And what happened after this
When did you find that?
Excuse me?
When did you find that?
Essentially, when I regained sight.
Oh.
I thought, I mean, you can't...
Boy,
you can't tell.
better to stay blind and come back and take a look and find... And you can actually discern
It's clearly discernible. In fact, I haven't really... The traumatic things that began to happen, though, were after this, one of the preachers that my mother had contact with had visited because of the funeral and so forth, obviously. And he had some very strange things to say about the situation. Basically that he was seeing some sort of... I'll preface this with the fact that, I mean, I was trained as a scientist in college. I don't go in for astrology, things like this.
A lot of people always did think that the Antichrist would be a scientist, by the way.
Well, I'm a geneticist.
Oh, that cinches it right there.
Why does that?
Well, because it's just something that everybody figures. Genetics, scientist, 3 6s. You're doing real well here. Now I see why you believe you might be the Antichrist.
Well, it has nothing to do with science, actually.
How old are you?
I am now 31.
31.
I was born in the summer of love, 67.
Summer of love. Love child, no doubt, huh? Mm-hmm. Is that what your mom said?
Yes.
Well, you're a pretty scary dude. I mean, what do you think lays in the future for you?
Well, right now I am not working. I have a small trust fund left for my mother that is very small. I mean, we're not talking wealthy. And I'm basically staying in. What has been happening is, after this incident, the preacher that my mother knew said he saw some sort of terrible aura around me now, basically a black aura, and wanted me to come to his church.
Yeah.
I came, and an elderly woman there, who was arthritic, asked me to heal her, and this, to me, seemed ridiculous. I actually didn't put my hand on her. She took my hand.
Yes.
And placed it on hers.
Yes.
Her arthritic hands.
And
about a week later, I received a call to come and visit her that she was healed. And she was. Her hand, I mean, I think this is wonderful. Her hand was fine. It was as good as a 20-year-old.
Have you considered some sort of surgery to erase this 666?
Yes, I have. And
because, I mean, it just probably in Kentucky doesn't... Of course, what do you do? How do you cover it up?
The problem is that the actual scar is reflected in the bone. I talked to a doctor about this a month ago.
You mean to say they saw it in X-ray?
There is a scar of 666 on the occipital bone.
Oh, my God. Well...
And, well, what's becoming odd about this is...
How old are you?
As I said, 31.
31. Boy, that'd be just about the right age, too.
Well, the odd thing now is that I began again to go to church. I had quit when I went to finish my PhD.
Do you think that when you're in church, those around you and or the priest detect and feel something, they know they're in the presence of you?
Yes, in fact, over the past 6 months, I've talked with several rabbis, several Catholic priests, one Greek Orthodox priest, several Native American church leaders, actually not in the Native American church, but elders. I've talked with dozens of people, and basically they have the same response. It's, as one priest told me, I've healed about 12 people now, and seem to have this gift, and I can't explain that. It's a wonderful gift. But he told me that based on a lot of dreams I was having, dreams of the world on fire, things like this.
Yes.
He said that, he explained to me, he said, you have a fate, and a fate. There's not anything that can be done about it. And I should accept it, which, like I said, I fell away during graduate school from this religion and from Christianity. But now, especially seeing some of this with my own eyes, and I detect nothing evil in it. In fact, it's a great gift. And I mean, basically what I've been doing is I'm at home now is working on some of the theories I had tried to finish in grad school.
Do me a big favor, will you?
Yes.
Before you have any surgery, if you're going to, take a photograph of...
I have x-rays.
Oh, God, send me one of them.
Okay. What do I send them fax?
Oh, no, faxes are insufficient for this. Mail it to me. Would you send that to me?
I'd gladly send it.
All right. Thank you very, very much. Wow. Well, there's a good beginning. Or a bad beginning, depending on how you look at it. X-rays, huh? Actual X-rays of 666 on the bone? Ooh, along with what his mom told him. Okay. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, this is Chris. I'm calling from WGST.
It's Atlanta, Georgia. Chris, turn your radio off. That's number one.
Okay.
Okay, good. You've got it turned off. Now, what's on your mind?
I was watching the news the other day, or actually it was Discovery Channel.
Yes?
And they had something about the Sphinx on there that is possibly dated 15,000 years before the Egyptians.
There are many who believe that, yes.
And I remember seeing something on sightings one night about they had Edgar Casey, the sleeping prophet.
Yes.
And he said that there was a chamber underneath the front paw.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, most people know that. I had Edgar Casey's son. I interviewed him. I did that about a month and a half ago or so.
Yeah, and when they were doing that thing, they had some geologists doing the Sphinx, and they found a chamber underneath when they were testing the ground below.
Well, they have had scientists there that have done studies with ground-penetrating radar.
Yeah.
Which may or may not be trustworthy. They're doing some experiments right now over there to try and determine the trustworthiness of the images shown with ground-penetrating radar. And the way to do that, obviously, is to dig a chamber yourself and then to test your ground-penetrating radar and see if it shows an equivalent of what you're seeing or think you're seeing. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, buddy.
Hey there. Turn your radio off.
This is Carl in Minneapolis. The radio's down.
Good for you.
I have two topics that are of vital importance to the world and to all of your listeners.
All right. Well, if it
Number
says the world, it's going to include my listeners.
Yes.
Number one.
We can make the world a better place. Number one was the jet stream coming down on deck. I heard that on your show about 3 years ago.
Yeah, that's right. Ed Dames said it would happen.
It happened here in Minneapolis just the other day.
I know it.
And I believe that the tornado caused by the El Nino, the quarter-mile wide tornado, sucked the airstream down right on deck.
Well, anything's possible, but the fact is, Ed Dames said it would begin to happen, and when he said it 3 years ago, people laughed.
And it's happening, people.
Wake up. They said jet stream on the ground, ha, 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 ha. Well, guess what? It's underway right now, huh?
It's happening.
You
and
know.
It's scary, and wake up, people, and please pay attention.
All right.
Now, my second topic, sir?
Yes.
Regarding your Guinness Book of World Record for the most consecutive hours on the radio at one time.
That's right.
How many hours is that?
116 hours and 15 minutes, and it no longer is a record. Hadn't been for quite a while. A guy in Denver broke it.
Okay, well, check this out. I have a record that you did a lot of good, a lot better, a lot more good than that guy in Denver, I'm sure, with your record and what you did. And let's do it again, Art. Let's save a bunch of kids. Let's help some kids out.
You're referring to Vietnam.
Let's
All right.
do it.
All right,
people, listeners, let's get Art Bell to have a radio telethon.
No, I wouldn't do it. No.
Like Ramona, it can be a tandem telethon.
No, I'm not doing it anymore. No way. As a matter of fact, I am convinced that doing that affected me for life. I was on the air for 116 hours and 15 minutes consecutively, which was from Monday morning through Saturday afternoon. and I had visions. I'll talk to you about it sometime. It was really, really interesting what it did to me. Well, let me see. On my Antichrist line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hey there.
Hey there.
Dennis from...
Dennis, turn your radio off first.
Just a moment.
That's important. Antichrist ought to know that.
I'm back.
All right. Why do you believe you might be the Antichrist?
Well, I'm sorry that I have to say I am not the Antichrist.
Well, then why have you called this line?
Because I want to tell you that those that have the name Vicarious Filii Dei...
No. Call me on another line. That's the Antichrist line. Now, you see, when I answer it randomly, that's what I get. That's what I get. Let me try again. Antichrist line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
I'm not the Antichrist.
Well, then you're on the wrong line, too, see? That is only for people who believe that they are the Antichrist, like the first guy. So don't call me on that line. I mean, you're just wasting money is all. Only if you think you're the Antichrist should you call that number. The Antichrist line, you're on the air.
Hi, I just woke up and picked up the phone.
Are you the Antichrist?
I certainly hope not. I don't know what's going on here. I just picked up the...
Why did you do that? When I have an Antichrist line here...
No. Oh, then this is happening again.
It's happening again. It's like a terrible nightmare.
No, you see... Oh, man.
Maybe you are the Antichrist. Maybe you just were awakened by even, like your ears, your pointed ears were burning.
Is this a joke?
No.
Okay, hold on. Let me wake up here.
This is you just now woke up. You really mean that?
My phone just started ringing.
Your phone rang. And there I was, right? Is that correct? Is that what you're telling me? Your phone rang.
Okay, something silly going on here.
Oh, yeah? I don't know. You came out of a deep sleep?
Who?
Is that what I'm to understand?
I'm to understand. Oh, my. Okay.
Okay, what?
I knew this was coming.
It is you, isn't it? Isn't it?
Oh, man.
Don't breathe hard. Speak. Time is money. You more than anybody ought to know that.
They kept telling me every time when the phone rings, pick it up. Oh, my. Okay.
All right. Well, we gotta go. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Okay, here we go again.
On the Antichrist line. You're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
You claim to be the Antichrist?
I claim to know what I know and to be who I am.
Well, this is the Antichrist line, so that's who you gotta be. Well,
as far as you're concerned.
As far as I'm concerned, that's who you are.
Yes.
All right. Do you have the radio on?
No, I do not.
What am I hearing in the background?
You are not hearing anything.
Yes, I am.
No, I'm...
Unless you're projecting that into my head and in the heads of all my listeners, because they can hear it too.
I am projecting that in your head.
All right. Well, you're out of here. You might have been good, but you're out of here. I don't care if you are the Antichrist. If you don't turn down your radio, you get blown out of here every time. International line, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art. How are you this morning? Steve calling from Ecum Nova Scotia. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine.
Great. One thing your show is not, and that's boring.
No.
Very interesting.
Yep.
But, the call just before the hour there, that fella, you shouldn't have woke him up like that.
That was pretty weird, huh? I mean, it's like the connection was was simply made by a third party.
Sure it was. Everyone knows that the Antichrist was on South Park several episodes back.
I know, and they had him in a battle with Jesus.
That's right.
Right?
That was quite the battle, too.
And
huh?
if I could come up now, see, that has of course occurred to me. If I could come up with a really good sounding Antichrist, one who really might be the real thing, or sounds to be the real thing, then I might go for the other side, and then we could have such a battle right here between good and evil.
Well, I'm sure they'll be putting Vegas odds on it anyway. Well, actually, the reason I was calling tonight, Art, was I was just reading in the local paper here just over the weekend. I guess it was Monday. South Dakota, today, June 3rd, 1998, I think they're unveiling the first portion of the largest sculptural undertaking in the world. That was the Crazy Horse Monument?
Yes.
You knew about that, did you?
I heard about that.
I guess it's just the head and face section right now, and it's supposedly gazing sternly over the
That's right.
South Dakota mountaintops.
That's right.
Head being 9 stories high. And I guess when it's finished, it's going to be complete with horse. Outstretched arm will be as long as the football field, and overall it'll dwarf the pyramids.
Did you see the man who worked on that all of his life? They did a story on him. They did a story on him, and now his family is carrying the work on.
That's right. For the past 50 years, I guess he had been working on it.
You got it.
That's quite an undertaking.
It's his life's work. I appreciate your call, and now his family is going to carry it on. Well, dare I once again pick it up? It's ringing like crazy. Never stopping. It's ringing, ringing, ringing. We try. The Antichrist line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, I was calling to talk to Art.
You've got me.
This is Art.
Yes.
Yeah, this is, well, I'm not going to say my name, Art. But,
No.
I've been listening to you off and on. My dad is an old fan of yours.
Listen, this line.
Listening to you.
You know what this line is for, right?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Yes, I do.
All right. Well, then, is it you?
Well, Art, you're on a subject that has been kind of in and out of my life.
In what way?
Kid. And,
In what way?
well, we're talking dreams from the time I was 11 years old. I started a dream that I had for almost about 2 weeks, I think.
I can barely hear you. You had a dream about what?
Well, to describe the dream would take me a while, Art.
Well, I don't have a long time, so you've got to give us the
Okay.
nutshell version here.
Okay, you're on the air and talking to me at the same time.
Well, yeah, it's how
Okay,
else?
Art, well, okay, you're talking about Antichrist. First of all, I want to know, why are you digging? First of all, you're bringing up things that are negative.
Because that's what I do.
Well, I know that's what you do.
That's
But
what I do.
You're bringing people to think negative thoughts here.
Well,
And we may, you know what? We may bring about destruction of the world through our thoughts.
through my show.
No, not
My
through
show
the
could destroy the
No, people are
entire.
gonna do it anyway.
It could destroy the entire world.
No, people are going to do it.
Well,
anyway.
if that's what happened, wouldn't that be right down your alley?
Well, I don't want to see that.
Well, then you must not be the Antichrist.
Is that right?
Yeah. So see, you're saved.
Art, how do you know? How do you know what anti means?
Well, I know. I've certainly read about Christ's life, and if it's
no doubt in
anti.
my mind that Jesus is my brother.
All right. Well, now, see, you are not even close to the Antichrist. You weaseled your way around until you were about to preach to me. Not going to happen. Antichrist line, you're on the air. Hello.
Art.
Yes.
You called. You asked me to call. What do you need?
Do you claim to be the Antichrist?
Yeah.
Oh, then there's many questions that I have for you. First of all, how do you know that you are the Antichrist?
How dare you?
I dare.
Your preconceived notions of what the Antichrist is.
I don't dare.
Have a valuable opportunity to talk
I
No,
don't.
I was not even.
I don't.
was not
You
even
tell me.
planning.
You
I was
tell
not
me.
even planning on
I'm
coming out to talk to the public.
Okay.
But this is the first show ever that said, "Will the real Antichrist please stand up?"
That's correct.
I was very intrigued, and just as an aside, I must say you have an excellent show. I don't know if it was fate, but a couple of months ago, my cousin at a birthday party said she was listening to this unique man at night. And although I do work during the day, I wish I was on the beach, as the other guy said, drinking a margarita.
Well, that's what people imagine, but you know what people imagine is rarely true. And you're right. How dare I imagine to know what the Antichrist is? So you tell me.
What the Antichrist
is, what the Antichrist wants,
is a man that comes along not by his choosing, just as Jesus was not by his own choosing.
That's right.
And I guess it was about the 4th or 5th grade that I was able to project myself over and have outer body experiences.
Yes.
When I was in junior high school, I started having global thoughts as far as getting a sense that this is really hard to explain, and I don't want to take up a lot of your time trying to explain the thought processes involved, but God speaks through one person at a time during each generation. That person may not even know it. And every 500 years or so, that person feels it really strongly. And every 2,000 years or so, that person feels it strongly enough to be imbued with the Spirit of God. Now, people have a conception of the Antichrist that he is the devil. Believe me, I am not the devil. It's just that this time, I don't care about the world. You saw what happened the last time that I manifested myself. They nailed me to a tree. It's not going to happen this time because I'm going to be incognito. I am allowed to start talking about it from the year 1998 on. That is why I permitted myself to call tonight. What is about to happen is going to happen. Even if I tell you what's going to happen, you will not be able to stop it.
That's quite all right. Tell me.
All right. Now, once again, you're a skeptic. You're thinking that this is a hoax, which is fine. It's going to start about...
No, I'm not making those kind of prejudgments. I'm really not. I'll listen to you. It's going to start when?
It's going to start... Well, it's already started. I did not read your book, The Quickening, but I can grasp what it was probably about just by the inferences that you make to it. And you are right. Nature is going to play a part up to a point. But nature doesn't have to do anything. We're going to do it all to ourselves. We've already started. If you notice, we are animals. We have this mighty high opinion of ourselves, but we're nothing more than animals. And we are the same animal that evolved to take a very slow life that we used to live up until a couple hundred years ago. We are now way too fast to ourselves. We talk before we think, and technology is bombarding us with no time to react, contemplate, and ponder our next action.
Okay, well, I don't need to hear what the current trends are. I know what they are.
All right, Art. I am sorry. The year 2006 is when it will start. And it will start by the United States, which is the reason that I have decided that the world must reshuffle the deck. The world is not going to come to an end. We're just going to shuffle the deck. The United States economy will implode upon itself.
2006.
2006. I would start buying gold right now if anyone wants to believe me. In the year 2006, world monetary speculators, just as they've done to Russia, just as they've done to Indonesia, just as they will do to Japan in about 6 or 7 months, are going to make a run on our currency. It'll be our turn. Do you know that we have what we profess to be a $5 trillion debt, which is actually more like $18 trillion if you add in Medicaid and Social Security.
You're not sounding very Antichrist-like.
What the Antichrist is somebody that has the power to stop this.
Is that you?
Yes.
And by
I
what,
am a world,
and
I
by
have
what
the
means,
potential to be a world leader.
And by what, well, sure. By what means will you stop it?
If I were to get into politics and become the President of the United States in the year 2000. But I have chosen not to because I have deemed this world not worthy of saving at this time.
In other words, under no conditions will you accept that job?
Yes.
Well, all right, then you cannot, if asked, you would refuse.
I apologize, I did not hear your last name.
If asked, you would refuse. You would not run.
No, I would run.
You would run.
If asked, but they will not ask. If Jesus came back, they would not believe him today. People today are so skeptical. They're so self-centered.
Of course they are. I mean, but say something to...
People think Bill Gates and Bill Clinton are the Antichrist right now. That's how silly they are.
Bill and Bill?
The first man who had a wreck of his car with a 666 on his forehead thinks he's the Antichrist.
Well, what about the guy last hour who had the 666 on his bone?
If he was a real Antichrist, he would have had it. He would have been born with it.
And were you?
No, because the whole idea of a 666 is a silly anecdotal phrase. It comes from some part of the Bible. It has no validity in truth.
Well, now you're sounding more like him now.
I'm a nice guy. I have great love for the world. In fact, I have more respect for animals than I do most human beings.
Yeah, you come at it a little like Christopher Walken. You're now a little more believable. You're a nice guy, huh?
I'm a nice guy. I see the future. And at this time, you know what the cardinal sin is?
What?
Of this world, and I don't mean to sound cliched, but God is very upset about abortion. Not just because we have chosen to abort little babies.
Yeah, but you must be all in favor of abortion.
See, you once again have the wrong idea of the Antichrist.
Really? The Antichrist is out there actually doing God's work, huh?
The first Christ was public. I am private. The first Christ had a positive outlook on the way the world could turn out. The Antichrist has seen the last 2,000 years and knows that it was not possible to save the world. Do you understand what I just said? The original Christ was public. I am private.
You are private.
The original Christ tried to redeem the world.
And what is your role?
I must cleanse the world.
You must cleanse it. All right, so what is your role going to be in bringing all of this on? You will bring it on.
I have already brought it on. The wheels are in motion. They cannot be stopped unless we take action right now, and we are too silly and too stupid to take action right now.
All right. Well, I appreciate your call, but it seems to me the Antichrist would be more sure of himself. Not somebody saying, change your ways, get godly or else. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Hey, this is Shirley, calling from Jackson, Michigan.
Jackson, Michigan. Ah, yes.
I think you're the Antichrist. Let me tell you why.
Sure.
We can't get any work done around here because all these guys sit around and listen to you all night. Talking about aliens and...
Yeah, that's right.
You know,
I mean, you've got to consider that. It's true. I talk about what? I talk about ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
I talk about spirits.
Right.
I talk about flying saucers.
Right.
I talk about... I mean, you're absolutely right.
Art, we can't even get our donuts delivered on time because our donut man listens to you in his car.
You see, I'm affecting the flock.
Yes. And I definitely don't think the Antichrist is a woman.
Now,
be a man.
You are the second woman to say that.
That's right.
And that seems rather sexist. Now, if Christ was a male, as we know, then why could the Antichrist not even logically be female?
I just don't think a female. No way. It's got to be a male. I just wanted to let you know, Art, that these guys all love you, and they're not getting any work done.
Well,
you know.
under the circumstances, I'm not sure they should love me.
But they do, and they didn't think I would get through, so.
Well, so see, guys, she got through.
That's right.
She was meant to get through tonight.
That's right. But we do love you, Art, and I hope you find what you're looking for.
Thank you.
Bye.
Me too. I wish that for everybody, that you find what you're looking for. On my Antichrist line, you are on the air. Hello.
You know who this is.
No?
This is not the Antichrist, but this is the anti-Antichrist, and my number is 999, and many people know it.
Well,
I was called as an 11-year-old boy.
Don't you have it turned upside down? Everybody else thinks it's 6 and 6 and 6.
I'm the anti-Antichrist. I am 999. I am the Antichrist hunter, and people think I'm evil because I understand everything he thinks and everything he plans.
Now, you weren't listening. Did I ask for the anti-Antichrist? No, I asked for the Antichrist.
But Art,
so you're on the wrong line, aren't you?
Well, this is very intriguing that people...
Intriguing maybe, but you're on the wrong line. I said Antichrist, not anti-anti, not Antichrist hunter. Just Antichrist. See, people just don't listen. So frustrating. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Dan in Virginia.
Yes, Dan in Virginia. How you doing?
Fantastic. Did you know yesterday that the U.S. Capitol, was exorcised?
Oh, yes, I heard that. Yes, I know that an exorcist went there and I believe pointed a sword up toward the steps.
Yeah.
In a symbolic exorcism, and then after the ceremony, he declared he failed.
That I didn't hear.
Yeah, he declared he failed, and you can't imagine that one simple ceremony, particularly on the steps of the Capitol, could cleanse all that is wrong there.
Oh, I agree with that.
That's too many devils drive out all at once.
I just thought it was incredible that they even put it on the news.
They did.
Yeah.
It was one of those items they put on the news, and I thought how appropriate and honest that he would say he failed.
I agree.
All right.
Also, check with Stan Deo on the earthquake and the bombs.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Stan Deo has a view on the earthquake and the bombs, huh? Yes, I ought to do that. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Okay, here we go again.
On the Antichrist line. You're on the air.
Yes.
Hello, my child.
Child? Your child?
It is I.
It is you, huh? It's really you.
The one and only.
How are we to know? What can you tell us that will make us believe you are the one? You live now and you are the one.
There is evil everywhere, for I am the one giving it out.
You're actually causing the evil.
Our children are my children.
So
what are our children doing?
Evil things in many cases? And you claim to be responsible for that.
Who else could be responsible?
Good point. Good point. What are your plans for the future?
Destruction.
Utter destruction?
Utter destruction.
Fire and brimstone?
If you will. I tell one thing to all. 3 evil words.
Tommy Boy Malloy! Gotcha! WABC! Curtis Leveroo!
You can't count. That was far more than 3 words. You're an underachiever. On my Antichrist line, you're on the air.
Neil Rogers is the Antichrist.
Neil Rogers? He hung up too. You think Neil Rogers is? Most people think Bill Gates or Bill Clinton. On my Antichrist line, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, is this Art Bell?
Good guess.
Hold on a second. I gotta get these earphones off my head, okay?
All right.
All right, you called in and you asked for a verification.
Well, are you the Antichrist?
Okay, the parable is this. I'm either the Hebrew Messiah or I'm the Christian Antichrist. Am I the one person or am I two separate persons?
Well, you tell me.
You want some proof?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right.
Let's have it.
Okay. There are 6 beasts in Genesis, and they start from Canaan and go to Lamesh. If you want to take these numbers down, and all your listeners too, get their pencils out, you'll have the verification.
And how many numbers are there?
There are 6 numbers.
All right, give them to me.
Okay. Starting at Canaan now.
Now, just give me the numbers.
Okay. That's 70.
70.
65.
65.
162.
162.
65.
65.
187.
187.
And 182.
182. And those are the numbers that prove that you are the Antichrist.
Now, hold on now.
70, 65.
Okay, now out of those numbers,
187 and 182.
you have to take Enoch's 65 years away, because when you total the total 6 numbers, it comes to 731.
Yeah?
And if you take Enoch's 65 birth years away,
yeah,
you end up with 666.
Well, I'll be darned if you don't. You sure do.
I know everything about the Bible and everything that's coming, Art.
You do?
Yes, call me back and have your caller make sure they want me to come on. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, well, there's the proof. 70, 65, 162, 65, 187, which is the murder thing, right? 182 is 731 minus 65, obviously 666. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello there.
Hello?
Hello.
Who's this?
Who do you think it is?
The Art Bell Show.
It's the only possibility. I'm the only one here.
Okay. That's good. Hey, Art, this is your affiliate, WKBZ in Muskegon, Michigan.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, it's Walt, the engineer.
Hi, Walt.
Hey, I tell you what, Art, you talking about the weather?
Yes.
We got our butt kicked.
I know.
Big time.
I know. Look, most of the meteorologists who have spoken on this have said the jet stream came and touched the ground.
That's it. You got it. We've been running on, you ready for this? We've been running on a World War II submarine diesel engine on a big generator since Sunday night.
Wow.
And and the solid state transmitters don't like it because it's not frequency stable, so I had to fire up the old tube type.
That's right. That's right. Solid state gets real picky when you start getting a few cycles off.
Oh yeah, especially the transmitters, because their modulation scheme is based on 60 cycles, and if it's even a cycle off, man, it's not good.
Well, I know that, and I had to go and get a much better generator for my location here.
That's what we're thinking about here too. We had a problem getting the old diesel bird fired up, but we got it up and we kept you on.
When do you expect that you're going to get commercial power back?
Well, the thing is, we've been on sporadically with the generator, but steady since about early Monday morning, and we had the power company. I finally called and complained and said, "We're media, get us back on." They showed up here about 11:30 with a truck and started going down the road, and we haven't seen it since.
Oh, man.
Who knows, but in the state of Michigan, they still got over 200,000 people out of power.
My God, 200,000?
Yeah.
That's absolute. People have no idea how violent the weather has been.
Well, it was. Well, I stood at my front door and watched this storm come through, and it came through at 70 miles an hour, they said.
Uh-huh.
And it was horizontal rain. I could swear there's trees uprooted all over the place here. And I could have swore I saw the maples in my front yard. Those trunks were bent, and I was crossing my fingers.
That's scary stuff.
You got that right. My wife was sitting in the couch just going, "Oh, my God." You know?
Yeah, I've been saying, as you well know, for a long time now, that we are in the middle of a quickly changing weather pattern.
Oh, I believe it.
And I think it's self-evident now. Where it's going to go, I have no idea. But the fact that it is changing, no question about global warming, whatever you want to believe, is doing it. Something's doing it, and it is changing. That's all I know.
Yeah, I wish I had a Bajan free play with the light, I'll tell you that.
Well, my advice is to get on the list and get one.
Yeah, I've got some other stuff from C. Crane. He's got a pretty cool place going there.
Very cool.
Very cool. Hey,
you know why?
Yeah.
Because when they began, they dedicated themselves to finding and selling the best, and they really meant it. And they test and they sell nothing but the best. It's a very unique company.
And it's very good, too.
All right, my friend, thank you.
Thank you, Art.
You take care. And thanks for keeping us up on the air with a generator. You imagine that? Since Sunday? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, yes. Intriguing night, Art. This is Lee from Gig Harbor.
Yes.
I have a possibly relevant little news clip for you.
All right.
This comes from the little metropolis of Hell, Michigan.
Hell, Michigan.
Absolutely.
There is indeed such a place, isn't there?
Yes, I've been there.
Uh-huh. And back.
And back. This news clip, they sent me this without saying what paper it came from, but it probably came from the Jackson Citizen Patriot, and it states that it may be a little harder to go to hell this year because the bridge on the main road to hell is badly in need of repair, a project that could close the road for 3 months, and the business owners are complaining. The president of the Hell Chamber of Commerce, Jim Lay, claims it'll close the town and send stores into bankruptcy. So the officials acknowledge that the repair work is going to cause disruption, but they insist that their plans to fix the road to hell spring from good intentions. The road suffers damage each year when hell freezes
When
over.
hell freezes over. Which I'm sure it does on a regular basis in Michigan.
Absolutely it does.
Is there any lore on why they named their town Hell?
I don't know. I have no idea. I went there many, many years ago, and at that time, in the 60s, it was a very, very tiny, tiny little town, which really didn't appear to have, outstanding natural features, like bubbly mud pots or anything that you.
But
might
you know what
associate
they could do that would really boost tourism?
What's that?
They could drill a really, really deep hole.
I thought about that hole when I saw this article.
Well, there you are. As you well know, we have, thank you very much for the call, the sounds from hell. We have those. And I've got them right here. Now, it is claimed, that these were recorded in Siberia with a microphone that was located into actually lowered into, not all the way in, but lowered into a 9-mile deep hole. And here's what they came up with. Listen. Here it is.
Art?
Yes.
Am I here?
Well, only you know that for sure. But yes, you're on the air.
I mean with you. That's good. This is Nick, Satan, Scratch, Beelzebub, the devil, the father of lies, the enemy of righteousness, the prince of darkness.
It is you.
I would say. Although I do appreciate the other callers.
Well, of course you do. They are your subjects. You have a sense of humor, I can at least.
Well, sure. I was going to give you a little background.
What do you think about the guy who gave me the number 70, 65, 162, 65, 187, 182, and then deducted 65 to get 666? Was he on the mark?
Well, Art, I don't work alone, so any subjects I can get to help and any help we can get, any false prophets or rumors are okay by me.
You even foster those. You want those. You want other people to even think they are you.
Even your program is very exciting to me at this time to share the lovely things that are in store.
Lovely things that are in store for us? Yeah, that's one very important question to ask you if you're willing to tell us what lies ahead.
Well, I'm a student of the past more than the future.
Aren't they one and the same usually?
Well, I am a great scholar in the past and dwell on the past and hope that the future holds great things for me and those who follow me.
Mm-hmm.
What
do you consider to be great things? define great things.
You see, there needs to be opposition in all things. There could not be a God without
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? That really, really, really makes sense. I mean, how would one delineate good if one did not have evil to consider?
You could not have good without bad. You could not have pleasure without pain.
So
you could not have light without darkness.
Exactly. So you would be into the pain part and the darkness.
Well, not necessarily pain. It's just my plan versus his plan. And you see, in the history of the past, when we part the veil and we go back beyond,
yes,
we find that there was 1/3 of all the house of heaven that followed me. That's 1/3 of all the souls who have ever been born into this world. That's a great number. Plus all the numbers who are
It's just about the number that elected our president, actually. He really is.
He's one of my favorites.
Yes.
You know that.
Yes.
Well, would you like to have one little history lesson and something you won't find in your Sunday school class?
That's why I'm here.
Well, let's go back. I don't know if you've ever done any Bigfoot shows. Have you ever done any Bigfoot shows?
Absolutely. I've done lots of Bigfoot shows.
They've never found any that I know of, any real skeletons or anything of a giant hairy man.
And why would that be?
Well, back in the beginning of the world, just after Adam and Eve, they had 2 sons, Cain and Abel.
Yep.
And Cain killed his brother Abel, and he was cursed that he would never be able to be killed, that he would be a wanderer and a sojourner through the world, and he said that was too terrible for him. Cain was one of my first and greatest followers. Cain is Sasquatch, Bigfoot, who still roams the earth today.
Wow! You're right. I never thought about that.
Would you like one more good one?
Whatever you're willing to offer.
Well, at the Tower of Babel was one of my greatest times. I don't know if you've read the Old Testament.
The Tower of Babel in Iraq?
Yeah.
Yes.
The Tower of Babel that was destroyed when the languages were confused. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, of course.
Well, the Tower of Babel, man was all of one language. And I had great influence among the people. And they began to build a great project. This project they called a tower. It wasn't a large, tall building. But if you read the scripture carefully, it says that anything that would be imaginable to the people they would be able to accomplish, God had to destroy it. God had to destroy it or man would be able to do it. That tower was not a tall, senseless building.
Is there
it was
to be
a time transformer?
Yeah, I understand. Is there to be a final battle between good and you?
You know, good is kind of good is whoever wins. If I win, I'll be good.
Good is whoever wins. If I win, I'll be good. You've got to think about it that way, I guess, huh?
Yeah. Now, if I win, everyone will say that I'm good.
And will worship you.
Many do, already.
You're very serious, aren't you?
Sure. Many do. Bill Clinton
worships you.
Absolutely. Where do you think he gets his power?
Once I had the last time I had Father Malachi Martin on, I don't know whether you happen to hear that or not. No. He's a priest, has consulted
many priests are followers of me.
Well, that may be true. But what I'm getting to here is I asked Father Martin whether Bill Clinton was perfectly possessed, and you know what he said? No comment. You find that humorous?
I find his power comes from a great and powerful source.
How long have you been aware of what and who you are?
Since the age of 12.
And your age now?
35.
That's about the right age. And you're certain of this? There is no...
I can see beyond the veil. I have seen beyond the veil from the beginning of time. I can go beyond and back and forth at will. And it's a great, wonderful experience because I can remember the things that all the people of this world did before they came here. All the things they did to put me down and to foil my plan and to take my power away.
And your day now is close, is it not?
It is at hand.
Your day is at hand.
My day is at hand.
So there will be the battle, it will be soon, and the winner will be worshipped.
The winner will be worshipped. And remember, 1/3 followed me then, and my numbers grow daily, hourly, minutely, secondly.
Well, I don't doubt that. In fact, in some ways, the mere fact that I opened the Antichrist line and I get so many calls that it's just utterly jammed with people saying they are the Antichrist may be a testimonial to everything you have just said.
The only problem is, with all the people that join me and my power, and my kingdom and my dominion, others get just as strong going the other way, becoming, you would call, righteous.
And you think there are equal numbers becoming righteous?
They're maybe not, no, I'm definitely gaining more ground, but the people who are becoming righteous are becoming more and more powerful in their righteousness, which is a great struggle for me.
All right. I appreciate your call. Thank you. All right. Here's another fax. Dear Art, yes, the Antichrist is in fact a woman. I know, because I was married to her. No one's figured out the 666 yet. The answer's in the Bible. When Satan was cast out of heaven, 1/3 of the angels were cast out with him. When Judgment Day comes, 1/3 of humanity will ascend to heaven. The remaining 2/3 will belong to Satan. Okay, write out 2/3 in decimal form. I get it. Good show, Art. Chris in Pocatello, Idaho. And, well, all right, then, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Let's find out if it could be true. All right? This final hour is reserved, my Antichrist line is reserved for females only. Females only who think they're the Antichrist. That's what we're going to do. Let me repeat it so you all get it out there. Females only. Area code 702-727-1222. Females only. That way we'll find out if there are any out there claiming to be the Antichrist. That's it. Females only. Are you listening? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Well, this is a good shot, Art.
Yes, sir.
Can I give you my perspective on this?
Absolutely.
It is very unusual.
Sure.
I believe that, in fact, I was sitting in a jacuzzi with two friends, and for some reason I came up with a question. And I said, who is the most evil person you guys know on this planet?
And what did they say?
That you know personally, not Hitler or something.
Yeah.
And they both said, I am, at the same time.
Really?
And
you were in the hot tub with both of them?
Right. And I wiped the sweat from my brow, and I said, gee, I thought it was me. And basically, there's good and evil in every human being.
Right.
And that's what this is about. And it's in varying degrees. Nobody on this planet is 100% evil or 100% good.
Right. Well, except perhaps...
Well, Antichrist
yes.
is those, think of the word, against Christ.
I've thought of it, yeah.
And there's a lot of things against Christ.
I bet you got out of that hot tub quick.
No.
No?
We're all friends.
Well,
and it was growing...
you know what they say, birds of a feather take hot tubs together.
Well, we're all growing. You know, we're kind of seeking people, as is everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone seeks.
I know.
But
I know, but to put them on tables and probes and stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, your show has a lot of food for thought.
It does, and some of it is rather indigestible, some of it digestible. This is a true story. Remember the person called earlier and said there was a fake astronaut? It's true. Let me read this to you. It's from my friend Robert, who sent it from KQMS AP. NASA's got some egg on its face. That after the arrest of a 48-year-old pilot for allegedly talking his way into some of the space agency's most secure areas with a long list of phony credentials. Jerry Whitridge is accused of repeatedly claiming that he was an astronaut, a CIA employee with a lifetime appointment, and a Medal of Honor winner. Investigators say he used a fake resume to gain access to a naval flight simulator, sit at the console of mission control at the Marshall Flight Center, and receive non-public technical material about the space shuttle. You've got to be kidding. He was arrested Sunday after using his false credentials in email exchanges with an official at the Naval Air Station in Pensacola, Florida. He was seeking clearance to fly a T-45 aircraft. NASA has yet to comment on his arrest. Incredible. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes. I was just wondering about the,
Turn your radio off. That's number one. Before you can wonder at all, you've got to have your radio turned off.
Right.
Now you can wonder what?
I was wondering, how a woman might know that she is the Antichrist if she thought she was.
I guess the same way a guy would know. I mean, you know, the evil would speak to you or something. Right?
Well, I was thinking it might be Alyssa Milano.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you think that?
Because, I mean, she brings up certain feelings.
Well, yeah, but you could say that about a lot of good-looking women, right?
Oh, yeah, I guess you could.
Temptation.
So, is the Antichrist, if she is a female, would she be an attractive woman?
That's a really good question. I would think probably yes.
So, I was just thinking, like...
There was an old song, Marry an Ugly Woman. You remember that?
No,
way back in the 50s, so you probably don't remember it. Marry an ugly woman. Make an ugly woman your wife. You'll be happy for the rest of your life.
Huh. I don't know about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what the song said.
I was thinking, the Papa Smurf.
The what?
Papa Smurf from the Smurfs.
The Smurfs?
Yeah. I mean, the Papa Smurf, he kind of had, like, control over the whole group. I was thinking maybe the people behind that show, maybe they have something to do with the Antichrist.
May well be. Who knows? Thank you.
The Antichrist live. You're on the air.
Hello there.
Art Bell. Can you hear me?
I hear you. I hear you.
Waiting for me to bell all morning. And I'm here. What is it you want to ask of me, Mr. Bell?
What are your plans?
My plans, Mr. Bell. My plans, Mr. Bell. The world is exquisitely evil. It always has been. It shall ever be that way. And I shall rule supreme over it all, Mr. Bell.
Well, that's enough of that one for me. Oh, man, where did he get that sound in the background? That was kind of realistic. That was a really eerie sound, wasn't it? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, this is Jess from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
How you doing, Jess?
Hey, okay, how you doing?
Well, I'm not sure at the moment, actually. I mean, the show goes on, but that was a pretty weird call. Anyway, what's up?
Well, a few comments. I was just thinking that, since Jesus appeared to have a, essence of a female in him, the Antichrist would be a female with the essence of a male.
Yeah, same thing. Well, with the essence of, you mean like a guy in touch with his feminine side, you mean something like that?
As opposed to what people like to call a soul, which doesn't actually exist.
Could easily be.
Hail Satan.
Oh. See, I know. Hail Satan, huh? I haven't heard that since you know who was on the air. Hail Satan, huh? West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Digestive difficulties. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, Art.
Yes.
I came across something tonight when your show was on about the Antichrist, and it makes me almost as crazy as some of the people you've got calling in, which really concerns me. I'm just gonna have to think about whether or not I should listen to your shows anymore.
Well, I tell you, maybe not.
Well, I was sitting at a distance from my computer listening to the different callers, and after the first caller,
yes,
you had come on the young man with the injury to his head or whatever.
Not an injury, a mark. Well,
right,
a scar. And as a matter of fact,
but
he
was in an accident.
A scar that went to the bone.
Right. Well, you told us before it started to kind of use our to discern.
Yeah, try and listen to the different ones.
Right, and really, he was the only one that I felt might have been credible, and I really did feel sorry for him that he might be up against that. But as I was looking at my computer screen, we have Windows 95 with the clouded sky background.
Oh yeah.
There's an image in that, and I saw it tonight, and it's a face of a man.
You saw this in your Windows 95?
Yes, it's there right now, and I think other people can see it, and that makes me sound crazy. And I question whether or not I should call and tell you because I've already talked to you tonight. So I thought if I could get through again, maybe.
Oh, you're not supposed to be on twice. So you're.
I'm sorry, but this is,
All right. Well, all right. I've got to get off the line. You're not supposed to call twice. Think of all the people trying to get through. But if your message nevertheless made it through, so look at your Windows 95 screen and see if you all see a face there. Figures it'd be there, right? First time caller line. You're on the air. Hello.
This is first time caller line?
Well, I'm sorry. No, of course that's incorrect. Where's my head? Now you're on.
I'm glad I finally got through because I wanted to clear a few things up.
Okay.
Okay, listen. All that stuff they were talking about before. Now let me ask you something about the nature of demons and devils and the rebellion and all that. Have you ever thought to ask their side of the picture?
All the time.
Why do they do what they do?
All the time. Are you now? Look, this is the Antichrist line. Do you claim?
Yes, I am the Antichrist.
You are.
Yes, I am the representative of the serpent faction on this planet.
Okie dokie.
Now I want to explain a few things.
Please,
okay?
please.
Okay, now you're quite familiar with Zachariah Sitchin, right?
Sitchin.
The Anunnaki.
Not
and
Stitchin.
All
That sounds like somebody's sewing. It's Sitchin.
I'm going to give you a little history lesson.
All right, give me some
When
history.
humanity was created, they were created mainly to be slaves, to work in the mines and do the bidding of the gods. We of the serpent faction, we rebelled against that idea. We didn't like the idea of creating people to be slaves.
You don't in other words, you don't like work.
Well, not that. You see, humans were really never meant to be intelligent or to have any kind of creativity. They were meant basically to be servo mechanisms that do the bidding of their gods. We sabotaged that by teaching you ethics. And by doing that, well, you got kicked out of the garden, so to speak.
I never thought of it that way.
Well, it's funny, huh? Can't believe everything you read.
Well, I don't know if it's funny, but it is worth considering.
You know what's really ironic?
It is. It was the giving of ethics that was our undoing.
Mm-hmm. Knowing knowledge between good and evil.
Yep.
And you also notice, if you read the book of Genesis,
yes,
they brag that they kept you from the knowledge of the tree of life.
That's right.
Because if you had good and evil, you see, God, the God the Christians believe in really isn't God at all. It's just some alien. And, well, if you have knowledge, you wouldn't be good slaves.
Well, if there's not the God that the Christians believe in...
I didn't say there wasn't a God.
Oh.
I'm just saying that what they believed in was actually an imposter. You see, there was an ancient group called the Gnostics. Are you familiar with them?
I am.
Well, they knew that, but of course they kind of got killed for knowing that. And we're basically, all these other people have been calling in, saying that they're the Antichrist. Well, they're just the pawns of the B faction. That's the guys we're working against.
Really?
Yes.
So all these other guys...
Well, if they're lucky, they're just schizophrenic dudes.
Huh.
If they're unlucky, they're really dealing with something.
Whereas you are the real McCoy.
Yeah, basically. Well, it's
how long?
Basically, any person of our faction, Art, that speaks out against the B faction, will be labeled the Antichrist.
How long have you known this?
Oh, I've known this since I was about 10 years old, when I started getting past life memories of living on other worlds.
And doing what?
Well, that's kind of complicated. See, my past life memories tell me that, this little situation you're in now with your planet?
Which one?
Well, how everything's kind of spiraling down. You see, it's quite natural for intelligent species to get to this sort of point and blow themselves up. But the reason that is the case is that, are you familiar with the term astral parasite?
Well, astral parasite.
You know what an astral parasite is? It's what
I know what a psychic. Okay. I know what a psychic vampire is.
It's basically the same thing. You see,
that's right.
Have you ever wondered why the gods all put so much importance as to which god you believe in?
They do put a lot of importance.
Well, the reason for that is because human psychic energy to these beings is the equivalent of heroin, and by believing in a specific deity, you're sending psychic energy in a specific direction. And the whole point of religion is to harvest that energy. You see, these beings, they feed off of your emotions, and they feed off of your souls. And that's why things like what happened at Jonesboro occur. To these astral parasites, freaked out kids gunning people down is just absolutely delicious. It's why there's so much violence going on in the Middle East, and it's why that this cycle of violence never seems to end.
But you are the orchestrator of all this.
No. You see, that's where you bought into the propaganda of the B faction. We're the ones trying to get rid of those guys. You see, what they did is in the intelligence community, they have a term called transference.
Transference.
Which basically is blame the other guy for your crimes. And that's what they've been doing to us for thousands of years. You see, all of your religions, well, not all of them, but most of your religions are basically B-faction propaganda. And there's a lot of B-faction propaganda.
Is that like a B-movie?
No, the B-faction, you see, we're the serpent faction. The B-faction, the whole point of the B-faction is they try to set up a kind of hive mind. Okay, you understand what I'm getting at?
Of course.
Okay.
I saw Dark Skies. Actually, I was in.
Well, Dark Skies was actually a pretty good movie.
Well, there, hive mind, I know.
There was an exoteric side to that show that's often not missed. You notice the creatures that went inside people's heads and all?
Yeah.
That was really metaphorical for the soul and for spirits in general. And then they also talked about, the cult of the light. Do you remember that?
The cult of the light, yes.
Okay. Have you noticed that light seems very similar to the light people see after death?
Ah.
Now you're getting the picture, aren't you?
Yes.
You see, that light that people see after death, that is an astral parasite. And that is why John Lear said he's not going to go to it, because the shadow government found this out. But they really just don't know how to tell anybody. Because, of course, as soon as they do, they'll get labeled as what? The Antichrist.
Well, that's absolutely correct. There's no way they could tell people that. No way.
But they're slowly coming out with it. If you watch a lot of the commercials and movies and stuff like that, they're slowly coming out with the truth.
All right, look, we're out of time, so there's only time for a final word from you to the masses.
All I gotta say is, don't take any wooden nickels, figuratively speaking. And, I guess, good morning.
All right. Don't take any wooden nickels. All right, I'm going to be strict about it now. My Antichrist line for the balance of the program is restricted to females. I mean that. Females, I'm going to be tough. We haven't had any all night long. They've all been male. And that just isn't fair. So I'm now restricting it, and I mean it this time, to females. Good morning, everybody. From the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM. Good morning.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
First of all, I'd like to open up by saying that anyone who opposes Christ is the Antichrist.
That would certainly be, that would be true. That would be true. So it could be many.
There is many.
So then, a lot of the people who called tonight could be real.
Yes, very much so.
And would you be one of them?
I'm not saying that.
Well,
I will not reveal my identity.
Why not?
Because I'm a deceiver of very many.
Like the Black Widow.
You could say that.
I did.
You could say it again if you want to.
Like the Black Widow.
All right.
So that some might relax and some might worry. What portion of the country are you in?
West Coast.
Well, it figures.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. You've been operating there, living there for a long time?
I've lived on the West Coast all my life, yes.
Mm-hmm. What age, roughly, are you now?
Could say I'm 42,000 years old.
42,000 years old.
Could say that.
You're like everybody's ex-wife, huh?
Oh, never been married, thank you very much.
Well, I didn't mean that literally.
And I'd also like to say, to the person who said about abortion,
Yes?
very much against it, thank you.
Very much against it.
Yes.
You too. So there's agreement here on
Any child or embryo not knowing good or evil will go to the Lord, unless that child has a chance to know good or evil.
Now, it's surprising to me that somebody like yourself, who probably weaves webs in her spare time, would say that when we have representatives of the Catholic Church who say just the opposite can occur.
Any
It's a
child
mixed-up world, I'll tell you. But I don't have to tell
not know
you.
good or evil goes to him.
Yeah.
If that child has no chance to know good or evil, just like Adam and Eve had no choice until they bit into the fruit of good or evil.
See, now, that's the way I always figured it. But, you know, you hear different stories. What's a person to believe?
But people who only live here for 100 years, what do they know?
Yeah, what do they know? It's right. Short lives, whereas you have had the overall sort of 42,000-year overview.
Yes, and experience means everything.
All right, well, I sincerely appreciate your contributing all of this morning.
Oh, thank you.
You take care. There was a little something about her voice, wasn't there? Wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good evening or good morning.
Good morning, actually. You're going to have to speak up good and loud. You're not.
I've been listening to you for about 3 years now, and I wanted to first of all agree with the gentleman that called earlier regarding the serpent class. And before this conversation is over, you'll see that the Christians and the other religionists are really the Antichrist.
The Christians are actually the Antichrist?
They really are. They really are, and the other religionists. And it's very easy to prove.
All the normal, regular, popular religions are actually anti-religion.
Here's how you can easily understand it. Now, the devil or the Antichrist opposes God, right? Opposes God. Now, let's find out, where can we find God? We find God in the creation, right? So anything that comes along and opposes the creation and tries to overthrow the laws of the creation,
like Darwin,
is against God.
Like Darwin, right?
No, like the Christians. Let me show you. They say...
But Darwin argued with creation. Darwin said baloney, not creation.
Okay, watch this.
Evolution.
Okay, now let me show you how the Christians are more evolutionists than Darwin. Evolution says that a lower species give rise to a higher one, right? Evolution says that, say, a monkey can give birth to a human. But we see that humans only give birth to other humans. Now, the Christians say a human gave birth to a god. That's evolution. Simple. We see in the universe that...
But it was an immaculate conception.
Oh, okay. Where do we see that in the universe? See, we see God's universe saying one thing, and then the Antichrist, or the anti-God, saying something totally different from what God's universe says. Here's another example. Very easy to see. We see the life cycle in every situation from atoms to galaxies. We see stars being born, stars die, humans, ants, dogs, roaches. Everything has a life cycle to it.
Yep.
The Christians say not so.
What about that last lady who's been here for 42,000 years? How about that?
Well, okay. Well, we'll just stand by and watch that one. But they say no. We have a situation where a human being died and rose again and is living forever. But we don't see that. The conservation laws say speak against that. Now there is a God, and we can see from physics that there had to be a creator. The equation, the mathematical equation, force is equal to mass times...
Well, we don't see that. No, that's not quite true. Look, I appreciate your call. We don't see from the math and from the theory of the Big Bang that there is a creator. You're certainly able to lean toward that explanation because the physicists throw up their hands and say, I don't know. We can talk about anything after the Big Bang. But before the Big Bang, we don't know. They threw up their hands. So, you can imagine it. You can't yet prove it. Maybe someday. On my Antichrist line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Dad.
Dad?
Mm-hmm.
Dad?
I've been waiting for you to call me.
You have?
Mm-hmm. Have you been getting my letters?
Have I been receiving your letters? You've been writing to me?
Mm-hmm. This is Lai.
Oh, I know who you are.
Mm-hmm.
I know who you are. Yeah.
Am I really the Antichrist?
Well, what do you think?
I don't know. I think that I've been tricked.
By?
By Daniel.
Daniel Brinkley.
Mm-hmm.
This lady has been sending me faxes, actually, not letters. Right?
Mm-hmm.
About Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
And you think that Daniel did you wrong somehow?
Oh, that's what he tells me.
He tells you that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a mind of your own?
Next question.
What do you mean, next question? No, that's a fair question. Do you have a mind of your own?
I'd like to think so.
Well, then what do you think?
I don't know anything about the Big Bang Theory.
That's all right. You don't have to. The world is made up of lots of little bangs.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I've got to go.
Mm-hmm.
I wish you luck in your quest.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
Take care. All right, here we go again.
On the Antichrist line. You're on the air.
Hello, my name is Pat.
Hi, Pat.
And I live at Lizard Haven where the critter meets the glitter.
Where the critter meets the glitter.
But it's just another place in the desert.
You know, I always suspected probably you would be in the desert.
Mm-hmm. Well, the desert is about the only place that you can escape from people like all those people who have been saying they were the Antichrist, when all they're doing is playing the same old game of religion. You know, they're all quoting the Bible, and as you probably know, the coin has two sides, and a game has two players.
Well, they weren't all quoting the Bible.
Well, yes, they were. They might have been for or against it, but they'd all been studying the same manuscript.
Using it one way or the other.
Exactly.
I see.
Oh, and here's the idea of, here's a book that a bunch of people wrote, and now we'll argue about it forever, and that's the way we'll waste our lives.
All right, well, so what is your attitude about it?
Well, it's, you can get people arguing, and that stops anything from ever happening. And to my mind, that means Christ hasn't really done much of a good job. If almost everybody who calls himself a Christian is looking down their nose at somebody else, they're demeaning people, they're
fighting and arguing and killing.
Yes, and starting wars. And so, basically, I think going with the two sides of a coin.
You mean that isn't what a good Christian does?
That is what a good Christian does, and I don't think we can blame Christ for it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's what he had in mind. But whatever he had in mind, it didn't work. He obviously didn't have the power to get people to do like the Sermon on the Mount, all that stuff he told them to do.
Well, what do you?
Well, I think that it's like people who are in love or they're mad, okay? They're feasting on the emotion of the same game. And I think that to be Antichrist is to be indifferent to the game. And probably to be indifferent to the pleasures of creation. When you think that everything's wonderful out there and you go for it and you work for it.
Is that you?
Well, I'm kind of...
Are you indifferent to the creation?
Indifferent. Yes, and I wish that I weren't, but that's when I was about 11:15 tonight, last evening, listening to these people, realizing it's just they're either enthused about biblical stuff or they've turned against it, but they're all focused right in on it, and they're not looking at what's real.
And so you're sort of totally unenthused one way or the other, and based on that.
If it were working, you could maybe, be enthused to a degree, based on the fact of things working or people doing things that progressed, but it isn't happening.
Now, there was a day in this country when you could open phone lines and ask people who believe they are the Antichrist to call, and you would get nothing.
I know.
Nothing.
I know.
Now?
Well,
the phone lines, the phone companies are probably getting, some of the relays are probably going belly up because so many people are calling. And what do you make out of that?
Well, what I make out of that is, in the old days, everybody thought they were on one side, okay? It's the side of everybody was pro the Bible, pro the Christian, or else maybe they were actually living real life, inventing things or planting gardens.
Yeah.
Today, they wait for everything they need to come out of the wall. Electricity, water, all comes out of the wall. And they argue about things that are actually meaningless in real life. And it's, when you sit back and look at it, you become appalled. And I think that Christ has obviously failed. He is not effective. He didn't have the power to change anything, and neither do I. And I think that makes Christ and Antichrist the two sides of another game of ineffectiveness.
Fascinating. All right, fascinating. I appreciate your call. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Whew. She had it pretty well together, didn't she? On your point of view. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes. This is the first time I've called you.
Is it?
Yes, I haven't been listening to your show very long, but I really enjoy it. And I wanted to talk to you about the Antichrist.
Yes.
I don't think the Antichrist is going to call you not the true Antichrist.
Well,
on your
now, see,
on your line.
There's no way you can know that, though, is there?
Yes, there is.
How?
Because the Antichrist is not going to admit he's the Antichrist.
Why not? Why not? The Antichrist would have arrogance and ego. So why not?
He or she would be like the serpent that got
There was somebody that called earlier that sounded just like Christopher Walken to me. Kind of an arrogant, hey, it's me,
the Antichrist. That would be somebody who would want you to believe they were the Antichrist. The Antichrist would be someone who wouldn't want you to know they were the Antichrist and wouldn't want you to know what their plan was.
Well, what better way to do it than to come on here and sound silly and admit it? Everybody discounts it, right?
That's right.
Uh-huh.
So the true Antichrist is out there making people believe that they're spreading love and turning Christians against each other.
Well, did you hear the lady that was just on before you?
Yes.
The fighting, the killing. It's
But
all...
you see, those are all signs of the end of time. Those are God's signs. those aren't the signs of the Antichrist.
Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on how you read the signs. That signpost up ahead. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. Good show.
Interesting program.
Yes, I'd like to clarify something for you.
How often do you actually get call-in shows with the Antichrist? Never.
That's true.
Yeah.
I'd like to clarify something. You mentioned the Immaculate Conception. As a Roman Catholic, I'd like to clarify this. You made a mistake. The Immaculate Conception refers to the birth of the Blessed Mother, not the birth of Christ. The Blessed Mother was conceived without sin, and the Immaculate Conception is another name for the Blessed Mother. She stated when she appeared in a visitation at Fatima, I am the Immaculate Conception. She's the only human being that was ever conceived in the womb of her mother, St. Anne, without inheriting sin from Adam and Eve.
Well, tell me this. Would the Antichrist have a belly button?
I think that'd be conjecture on my part. I don't think I'd want to do that.
Well, I mean, go ahead, conject for me.
Well, I don't know, and I don't want to know.
It is a critical question. I mean, we all know what the belly button, what it serves.
Well, I think that whoever this Antichrist is probably born to the world just like anyone else, and I think it's just probably taken over by some evil some evil entity. You could probably ask Father Malachi Martin to probably answer that question for you. But I'd like to reiterate this, that I hear this mistake all the time. The Immaculate Conception refers to conceived without sin. The Blessed Mother did not inherit original sin from Adam and Eve because she was to carry Christ. That was the incarnation of Christ. He was conceived by the Holy Spirit. And
all right. Well, I appreciate that correction, and I've been suffering under that same misconception, I guess, all my life.
Yes, well, I hear this all the time. And,
I'm sure.
Tim Russert made this explanation on television just about 2 weeks ago on his show.
Did he?
Because people are always they're referring to artificial insemination as Immaculate Conception. It has nothing to do with that. Immaculate Conception only refers to one individual only. That's the Blessed Virgin Mary.
Okay. I've got it.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Take care. And good morning on my Antichrist line. You are on the air as time runs out. More ways than one. No, you're not. Whoever it was couldn't handle it or just hung up at the wrong moment. On my Antichrist line, you're on the air as time runs out.
Let me turn my radio down.
All right. Drop the phone on my head or something.
Hello?
That hurt.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I know who the Antichrist is in the form of a female. In this case, it's a group, and it's the Spice Girls.
The Spice Girls?
Yes. If you look at their names...
Well, the Spice Girls are no longer whole.
Right.
They're now missing one of their members, so...
That's Ginger.
Yeah, that's right. So without Ginger, how could they be...
Well...
completely evil?
Okay. There was 5 of them.
Yep.
Ginger's leaving. A new one will replace them. That'll be the 6th.
The 6th Spice Girl.
Right. Ginger's name was 6 letters. And then they have one by the name...
Oh, my God. I never thought of that.
Yes, and they have...
G-I-N-G-E-R.
Yes, and Scary.
6 letters.
Yes.
There were only 5, but now there will be a 6th Spice Girl. Right. And do you expect her to have 6 letters in her name?
Yes. And she'll be wearing a bikini, which is 6 letters.
A bikini, oh, my God. This is too much for even me.
It is the Spice Girls.
Well, I appreciate the clarification.
And they are taking over Dreamland.
Are they?
As far as I can see.
If they want it, they can have it.
Thank you.
Yes, goodbye. We really are about out of time. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Going once, going twice.
Yeah.
Whoa, you are there. Hello?
NASA is the Antichrist.
NASA is the Antichrist.
NASA is evil.
NASA
they don't tell us things. They go out there and do things. Why do we stop exploring the moon? How can we have possibly have known everything there is to know about the moon by now?
Well, I don't know. Look, I'm out of time. Tell everybody good night.
Okay, across the country from coast to coast, this is the Art Bell Show, the greatest show in the world. Good night!
It's the only one that's ever had an Antichrist line. See you later, everybody, from the high desert. Good night.
Hey, everybody. It's the Gabcast. How's everybody doing out there? I'm MV. Onan's here. The Mud King, a.k.a. Curtis Thornton, he's here. Eddie Dean is here.
What's up, guys?
How you doing, everybody? You know, when I hear B-Dub's intro music, I don't know...
What's up, guys?
When I hear B-Dub's intro music, I don't know whether I'm on the set of Sanford & Son or I'm having some sort of a neurological event, which is the result of a lack of potassium.
No, I got that. I said the same thing last week. It's like a remix of Sanford & Son. I completely agree.
Well, I didn't mean to steal your material. I had no
That's
idea
all right.
you'd said that.
Well, you know, you've been poaching guests long enough now. Now you're taking his material. What's going on with this?
If you're taking my material, you should just hang it up.
Okay, I guess I need to get into the chat room. If you're listening to the show right now, you can log into the chat room, which is available to you at ufoship.com. That's ufoship.com. And that really makes no sense. This is a podcast about bellgab.com, but you have to go to some seemingly unrelated, just completely different website to be involved with this show.
It's all the funding streams.
It's a NASA conspiracy.
You need Van Dieven Enterprises.
This is actually a front for a criminal enterprise where we go around stealing the feet of people under the age of 15.
And then put them out in the ocean?
We don't do anything with the feet. They're displayed properly.
Let's do it.
So if
you need a toe, I can get you a toe.
By 3 p.m. with nail polish, dude. The Supreme Court has roundly rejected prior restraint. I'm finishing my coffee.
You're out of your element.
I'm finishing my coffee. So anyway, if you want to be on the show tonight, the number to call is 573-837-4948. It's 573-837-4948. We'd be happy to take your phone call. I don't know why it is. I'm at the chat room right now, and I don't see anything. There's okay. It took forever for the list of users to populate.
That's how popular you are.
So, the last broadcast we conducted was a spec sheet episode with Curtis and me. And while we normally talk about technology on that show, we dedicated that entire show to talking about what was happening with Art Bell and the fact that he had left his show Dark Matter. And there's just so much continuing to go on in this regard that we naturally on the Gabcast are going to talk about the same thing this week. There have been so many developments that I don't think you'll find it to be a stale broadcast. I don't feel like we're going to do a lot of repetition in terms of what we said last week. Maybe we will. There are some things that are kind of axiomatic, perhaps, that applied last week that still continue to apply. I think probably the most interesting development was that as we read the Art Bell Quits Dark Matter thread, one of the themes that started seeping its way into the conversation was this veiled suggestion on Art's part that there are forces unseen in the background that are preventing his return, or at least any form of a smooth return, if any return at all, to Sirius XM. He wanted to essentially operate as an independent broadcaster and stream from artbell.com while at the same time giving Sirius XM exclusivity on carrying his show. And they essentially didn't respond to the offer. And in the meantime, I guess waiting in the wings was Coast to Coast AM, which is now airing on Sirius XM 104, as discovered by everybody last night by surprise. As the McLaughlin group would say, your thoughts?
I'm amazed. Who could have predicted this as the turn of events, right?
Isn't that just it? I mean, I posted a message, I think it was early this morning or last night. I was like, man, who on September 15th of this year could have predicted all of this? Who could have seen any of that coming down? Has Art posted on the forum since Coast to Coast aired last night?
Yes, he has.
Yeah, his last post was something along the lines of he is considering legal action to try to minimize his non-compete clause.
Oh my.
I don't know what that really means. I'm still boggled by the whole damn thing. It just.
You seem very. You seem at the point Onan. At this point, you seem as though you've just lost the will to care.
Pretty much. I'm just so tired of every other word is so dissected and nitpicked, and everybody's got a motive for what it is, and it might all be true, but it's like, oh my God, I'm on overload. I wish Art Bell had a show. I wish more than anything he were doing what we all want. But there's been so much talk about this for the last, 350 pages. I'm just like, it's just the same stuff over and over and over again. He was dishonest. He wasn't dishonest. He was this. I was like, man, he's just a schmo. You know, he's not Bell. I mean, he's just, I think he has some tragic flaws like most of us do.
Not me.
And, well, except you. I'm kind of speechless on the whole thing. We don't have a show. That's it. We don't have an Art Bell show. It's not there. It's not going to happen in the next 2 weeks. Maybe sometime after that. I don't know. I'm tired of really talking about it. Sorry.
Well, one question I have is, what are the stages of... Yeah, great show tonight, guys. Thanks. I guess
I just shit on the whole show. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks. It's okay. I've been looking for a reason to go suicide. Now I've got it. My note will reference you.
So anyway, Curtis, what are you saying?
Well, I was going to ask, and everyone give me your opinions on this. What are the stages of grief, and how does that relate to what's gone through on the forum? Is it fair to say that this is basically the stages of grief if someone were to pass away in your family?
Well, the 5 stages of grief start with denial and isolation. So you go into the doctor. He tells you you've got facial cancer, and you're going to lose your face. So you feel like, I just don't believe this is happening. You go on about your life, but you isolate from others because you don't want to speak to them about it, because in doing so, you acknowledge the reality of what's happening.
Okay, so flip that with posting on a forum. That will go ahead and say that doesn't match up, but...
So maybe the denial in this case could be all of the members who... Well, we can find plenty of denial. I don't even have to articulate that.
And the stages aren't sequential. They can happen in any sequence they want to. Go ahead.
They seem to be happening over and over again, too. Every 50 pages or so, or the next announcement or the next post by Art or George actually came in and posted last night, too, after...
Yeah, that was yummy.
I think it was like 11:15 or 11:20, something like that. But it seems like every 50 pages, the stages of grief keep repeating themselves and cycling over and over. It's crazy.
By the way, that's Eddie Dean who's speaking right now. We've had a lot of people complain that they can't tell who's who. Other than me, I'm Jimmy Chunga. We have... So, yeah, you might want to just say, hey, this is so-and-so, just so people can get that burned into their mind.
Good point.
Anyway, Eddie Dean, I'm sorry. What were you saying? I interrupted you.
This is Eddie Dean.
Actually, don't do it that way. That sounds so gay, to be honest. Hi, this is Eddie Dean, here to talk to you about colorectal cancer.
Wait, that's not our
It's
demo?
no joke.
No, I think I was done with my point, whatever the point was.
Well, I talked over you so much. Just go ahead. What were you?
Damn you.
You don't remember what you said is the problem.
No,
you just don't want to admit it.
The stages of grief just keeps recycling themselves. I mean, after every single announcement from Art or George, it just starts all over. Denial, anger. What's the other one? Isolation.
No, isolation goes with denial. The next one is bargaining. If only we had sought medical attention sooner. If only we got a second opinion from another doctor. If only we had tried to be a better person toward them.
Well, the other part of this is that you're not dealing with one individual. You're dealing with at least 40 to 50 people who are all saying different things. So it all feels like you're hearing the same things over and over again. And you are, but it's coming from different people. So
we have bargaining as step 3. And there was some of that. If only people hadn't complained so much on BellGab about the
There was that. There were the people who were saying, "Oh, don't say that because then Art will be mad at us and won't come back."
And people are blaming Jasmunda too, which is actually pretty funny. But
you don't blame him? I do entirely.
Yes, it's all Jasmunda's fault.
Yeah. The next step 4 is depression.
Oh, there's plenty of that.
Yeah,
I don't see
plenty of that to go around.
I just don't. Everyone seems fine. I'm so great at reading people. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, now we're back to denial.
Well, no. Denial is long since past, and from depression we go to acceptance.
But you can revert back to it. None of these things are rock solid. It's like
it's a sliding scale.
Well, it's kind of, you're like in the ocean, and you can float around from point to point, but you're not just necessarily going to hit one of them only once. So,
God, these are depressing to read, these stages. Just imagining myself finding out I've got a golf ball growing inside my brain, and okay, I got to go to this website to figure out what my stages are going to be.
Well, I was never a big Kubler-Ross fan, but that's where she made her money.
My God, this is depressing. So if stage 4 is depression, I have to admit, I've not moved on to stage 5, which is acceptance, which is that I believe we're not going to hear Art on the radio again.
Well, we can't get to acceptance because we keep getting these little toss-outs about, hey, I haven't said I'm not going to pursue legal action. So, it rebuilds that hope back up, and you're right back into it.
Well, can I read Art's 2 last posts?
No.
The first of which was submitted at 3:50 p.m. today, Central Time. First of all, my sincere congrats to Premier Radio. They made the right move. Business is war. And I would have done the same exact thing and did in my day. Second, given the same circumstances, I would make the same decision again today about dark matter. There is much you do not know, and I will not talk about it because it was given in confidence, and I am kind of old school, so I will not talk about those things, even though it would help you to understand my decision. Third, I would love it if... Go ahead.
Go ahead, sorry. No, it's just, that really annoys me. I won't talk about it, but I'll talk around about it so that I'll make you interested and curious, but then I'll shut you down from asking any questions. So it's like, just shut up. Don't say anything.
It seems to me the nuclear bomb's already been dropped, and that's in the form of Coast to Coast appearing on XM 104 as of 12:06 p.m. Central last night. So,
but how long was that in the works?
Well, what more? I'm just wondering what more. I guess because it's in confidence and you don't want to ruin a relationship you have with somebody, maybe. I could understand that.
Like
but
he's
in terms of
concerned about relationships.
But I don't see in terms of the gravity of what that secret could be. I don't really see how it could be of any greater gravity than Learning Coast is on.
Curtis, I think that George said last night in one of his posts that this was in the works for months. I can't remember when Coast to Coast went off of Sirius XM.
Yeah.
But he seemed to allude that they've been talking about or trying to get back on Sirius XM for some time now.
Well, that makes me wonder, is Sirius XM, were they pushing him out in some way, Art?
Sirius XM in late July, early August, started cleaning shop. They pushed a lot of their talent out the door, and nobody really knew why. They were just doing it. And then a couple of weeks went by, and you started to get these hints. And then I don't remember exactly when Coast went off, but it was sometime in August where they yanked it. And quite honestly, I was like, well, I don't listen to him, so it's no big deal. Anyway, then it became clear that Art was going to take over, and I was like, well, this makes perfect sense. They're getting rid of no talent. They're getting rid of a bad product to offer their customers a better product with Art Bell. But I guess some management was in there somewhere saying, you know what, Art's got a track record, so we're going to leverage this. If he doesn't work out, we're going to be able to plop somebody right back in.
Boy, it was fast.
Yes, yeah, it was a win-win for them.
Yeah,
So you guys not buying generally the idea that this was in the works for months and that this was going to happen? I cannot believe Art Bell would be on Channel 104 knowing that he's going to be followed up every night by George Norrie. Either that was not the case at that time,
maybe he didn't
or
know.
he simply wasn't told.
No, George Norrie at that point was a booty call. It was, we've got Art, but in case something doesn't work, then we got this option over here. It wasn't, we're going to play them both. And I don't know why Norrie's saying that. Maybe that's a delusion. I don't know.
Well, that brings up really quick in the, not to cut you off, but I guess I can.
No, go ahead.
No, you cut him off.
Exactly.
But I will anyway.
Exactly. In the chat room, there's a debate going on whether George is a liar or not, which fits right into this. Specifically, when he called into the show, do you think he was lying in that moment about the things he said? Because he spoke in some form of something that fit into reality for me compared to what I had seen from Art on the forum, which seemed to live outside of reality. Is George really that good of a liar and salesman?
Probably, but
you think so? Okay.
Well, I also think that things are a little more complex than that. It's sometimes, I don't know. It just, people can say things and it can be translated into so many different meanings than what was actually ever originally meant, and yet it makes sense as time goes on. And I know that that's all kind of like, what the hell is he talking about? But I do think that George is a manipulator. I do think that he's generally down deep, out to make things better for himself and not too many other people. So would he manipulate a conversation to make it go his way and make and make people think something wasn't actually true? Absolutely. But he's also not that smart. So it's a mixed bag.
I think it
comes
comes down to the heart of it, though, because if George is conniving, then Art really was going to succumb to all of this regardless, because he didn't have a counter attack.
But does Art? I mean, really, I when I see George, when I perceive George and his relationship with Clear Channel, Premier Radio, I see an employee. Like when I saw Art doing that show, I saw an authority figure. I saw someone who generally is going to get whatever the hell he wants in the company. But when I look at George, I see an employee who kind of does what he's told. And my instincts tell me that George doesn't really have a whole hell of a lot of ideas with regard to what's happening.
He doesn't have any ideas. I mean, not that I want to make this a pick on George Norrie night, but
I do.
Look at the show. He's been in command of that show for 10 years. And really, if you pulled him out of it and put Art Bell back into it, there'd be no difference in the show, except you'd have more talent. He didn't take anything of that show and make it his. It was all Art Bell, still is Art Bell, just with George Norrie at the desk. And I've always resented that. I didn't expect Norrie to be Art Bell, but I did expect him to do something with the show to make it interesting, and he couldn't.
I mean, it's 2013 and you're still playing Dancing Queen. What is that? I mean, I understand that you want to you want to maintain that mental connection people have with the old show the way it was. You want to give the show that same feel and whatnot. But I just always felt like that was a little bit questionable. I mean, Art himself told George, make the show your own. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I see that happening.
I always thought that maybe George wasn't privy to some of the backroom deals or some of the bigger deals or things that they were pursuing, in corporate world, and he was just doing his own little thing. Well, I don't know if I guess we really don't know, but I don't know if this effort came specifically from George or came from just a vacuum opening up when Art left, they swooped in there like any real savvy business person would try to do. Just like Art said on his. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a problem with that because it really does make Art to be the cuckold, and I will agree he's got a few issues that seem to be hard to handle, but he's not a fool. I can't believe that unless there was something else going on that he would have allowed Norrie to out-manipulate or out-maneuver him. That doesn't make sense to me.
Can I finish reading? Let me finish reading Art's post here.
Yeah, please do.
He says, third, I would love it if SiriusXM would waive my no-compete, but they said no. Okay, wonderful. There's the first fucking confirmation I've seen of that. God damn it! The people in this office building must really think I'm nuts because they have no idea I'm doing a radio show in here. And I'm sure they're walking down the hall right now. Even I do have Tourette's, but it's not that bad. I swear to God, it's not that bad. But I will tell you that as I walk the halls in this office building during the day, there are people who give me strange looks. And I feel as though perhaps as they look at me, I have the appearance of some sort of a wasting disease on my skin. There's some sort of a bacterial wasting disease, and they stay away from me.
With your face.
Well, I thought it was because of the yelling. It is. I possibly because...
No, I mean you have cancer of the face.
Oh.
Walk down the hallway.
Look at Curtis. He's got coming in with the callbacks tonight. Jeez. That's not like you, Curtis.
Well, guys, I just would like to say.
Anyway, third, I would love it if SiriusXM would waive my no-compete, but they said no, and even though that's the first time I've read that, and even though I could run out and get a lawyer and perhaps win back my freedom, I will most likely not do that. Why? If I were 10 years younger, it might be a different... Oh, my gosh, this is
That's
only
why.
getting worse. If I were 10 years younger, it might be a different story. I will say this. It seems crazy as hell to me that we offered exactly what Premiere ended up taking. I know, that's exact... They ended up taking something even multitudes less in their interest than what Art was offering because they've got no content exclusivity.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's just plain crazy.
It's broadcast freely and openly over the airwaves on over 500 different radio stations, and it's George Norrie instead of Art Bell. Why would you not just go ahead and take the deal? Art's going to be back on the radio. This is clearly just a bunch of...
the only conclusion you can make is that
anger.
Art really pissed somebody off. And,
really quick,
I got to say that when you give somebody an ultimatum, you're probably going to piss them off.
They don't work too well usually, do they?
No.
Yeah, no, I've never seen them work well.
Curtis?
Kingdom Asai in the chat room just said that Art did a total 180 from the statement 2 posts later, which is like 6 pages.
Well, okay, hold on.
I don't know what that means. I haven't read it. I just wanted to throw it out there.
Hold on.
It was something about pizza rolls, I believe.
Yeah.
That was a good joke, by the way, Art. That was really funny. Somebody was asking him, I think yesterday or something, about what he was having for dinner, and he came back saying pizza rolls.
This is just, I can't.
That was hilarious.
I'm just thinking back to September 16th when this show started, and I was in Morocco, and so I had to stay up. I think it was at 3 a.m. when his show would start over there. And so I'd stay up until 3 in the morning. I remember the premiere broadcast, just staying up, and I got the time zones screwed up, so I ended up sitting through a lot of TMZ where I otherwise wouldn't have. And
sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it was brutal, but I made it through. And just the optimism and happiness and thinking, man, this is just 1996 all over again. And
yeah, I agree.
I just now it's a big black dong to the face. It sucks.
What this proves to me is that press people, they really do have a place in this world, because none of those posts would happen on either side, the George or the Art side, if they had a good press person.
That's a really good point, because I think people are getting numb to the fact that we've got Art and George posting on bellgab.com. I mean, that's amazing just in and itself.
Yeah.
They are numb to that. Even I'm numb to that. I can remember the years when years went by where people on the forum were asking themselves and others, do these people that we refer to on this forum, George Norrie and Art Bell and the rest, Premier Radio, I mean, by the rest, do they even know that we're here, that we exist? And so here they are, both posting regularly on an almost daily basis, and people are just sort of like, meh, Art's here. They just sort of got used to it.
Yeah,
that really is balls out that they both post there. That really is, that's sort of a seminal moment in the forum's development in history.
And you know, in one way I'm really amazed, in another way I'm going like, are we back in the 8th grade? What? I just...
Well, if we are, who's the popular people? Because I know I'm not in it.
Yeah.
Me either.
I was so popular, you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, popularity was my big thing.
Not really. Anyway.
Yeah, I think that's what brought us all to this moment, isn't it? Is we're so popular.
Yeah, I feel needy. I need approval. I need people to like me. I never got it when I was young, so here I am. Love me. Like me. If I were 10 years younger, Art says, it might be a different story. I will say this. It seems crazy as hell to me that we offered exactly what Premiere ended up taking. No, Art, you offered something better than what Premiere ended up taking.
Exactly.
Now Sirius XM has a show that will be mostly commercials and seems much less a good fit than Dark Matter, with a host who thinks a typhoon in Vietnam causes rain in Hawaii.
Nudge, nudge.
He says, last night's show, first hour, in parentheses. Fourth and finally, I would like to say, sorry to the people who did come over either by radio or the less than stellar streaming. Trust me, I understand your anger. I only wish you had enough information to understand my decision. And he follows.
That's where he misses it.
Go ahead.
That's where he misses it. We aren't angry that the stream sucked. We're angry that he walked away. I could have lived with a sucky stream for a year easy if he'd just tried to work it out. And, you know, from what I can see, that's what happened.
It seems to me, I mean, this many people cannot be wrong while one guy is right. Everyone, everywhere you look, is consistently saying he should have just stuck it out. I mean, 6 weeks is not enough time to go to an unfamiliar platform and expect to have a listener base there just packaged and ready to go. I mean, yeah, they may have blown a lot of smoke up Art's ass about the 27 million Sirius XM subscribers that would just be waiting with bated breath to listen to his show. But you obviously, and Art's not a stupid man. He knows that not all 27 million of those people are going to be there just ready to go.
How many of us have stuck with a job that we didn't want to be at because it was a practical thing to do?
Right.
Because we were hungry, or because we just had no choice.
That's it. You know, he's
neither. He's in neither of those situations.
Yeah, right. You're right.
Or because you love it. I mean, you might do something that you dislike because you love the end result.
I think Art, for some reason, thought that this was his only move. I mean, he did say something about he's been trying to work on this stream dropping thing the entire time he's been on the air at Sirius XM. But maybe for some reason, Art thought that taking the show off the air would get quicker results, or that was the only amount of leverage that he had, and maybe his impulsiveness got the better of him this time. Sadly.
Go ahead, Curtis.
Well, I just still think that it was looking for where the exit was, and all of a sudden something presented itself, and so he latched onto it.
Really, you believe that he didn't want to? Boy,
that's a very cynical view. I have trouble buying that.
Well, I mean, think about it. It just doesn't fit reality. What I've heard up to this point, if it's some dream version, in reality, I think he was not enjoying it. It wasn't working out the way he planned. He isn't desperate, so if it's not working out, he can walk away. It's not going to hurt him too bad. That's why I don't understand why
he did virtually say that. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I don't understand why he keeps exposing himself from this point forward by showing up in Bell Gab and talking to everybody. That doesn't make sense. That part
that just is disconnect too. Yeah.
Yeah. So all these things add up to where he needed an out. We should have bought it hook, line, and sinker, and we didn't. So now save face on that too. The only way I can be proven wrong, I feel, is if something does pop up there with him in the next month. If he doesn't show back up, if he disappears a month from now, then I think he got what he was planning from the beginning, potentially.
See, I take Art at his word. I don't disbelieve him as far as him wanting to continue doing the show. So I disagree with you.
I think I'm instinctively, I feel the same. Instinctively, my instincts, I just feel the same way as you do, Eddie. I don't quite have the cynical view that Curtis has, that this was just some sort of an out to get out of the show because Art just didn't want to broadcast. I just have trouble buying that.
We're multifaceted human beings. I mean, it's quite possible both those things are true on some level. So, go ahead. Well, it's possible he was fed up. It's possible that he's going like, this show sucks. I can't stand it.
But it didn't suck. It was a great show. I
agree with you, but just because I think it's a great show doesn't mean he thought it was a great show.
And the people on Bell Gab saying, "Well, it just wasn't a very good show anyway." Fuck off. I know everyone wants to have the interesting perspective in the room and be the first person to say something. That's what you see when you watch Fox News or any other news channel, the talking heads. They're all trying to be the first person to have a certain perspective on something. And if you think that Art's show just simply wasn't good, and that's what this all boiled down to, A, you're just trying to get a rise out of people, and B, you're just simply not an Art Bell fan to begin with. I don't know what else to say to someone who says that, because it just wasn't true. It was awesome.
Here's Exhibit B.
Art did come on the forum, though, and say something along the lines of, "Hey, every show can't be a winner, kid," when he was talking about one of his first shows, and he said, "Oh, it was the EVP people, and we had Jimmy Chung as opposed to Brent or whatever her name was."
Yeah, I really enjoyed being on that show. Great. God, that hurts me deep inside in a really secret place that someone said that about me. I feel so vulnerable and exposed.
Let me throw up my Exhibit B on this. Go back to past episodes of Coast to Coast when Art was filling in on weekends, and he just was annoyed and frustrated with things, it seemed to me. If you remember, before he came back on the air, I asked, what Art are we going to get? Are we going to get that old, frustrated Art that didn't want to listen to people on cell phones, or are we going to get a reinvigorated Art? And I think we got more of the reinvigorated.
Well, he did. I think the reason he sounded so beaten down previously, back in 2010, when he was still doing occasional shows for Premiere, is because he was beaten down. He knew it.
Yeah.
There was just so much stuff happening in the background that he obviously wasn't going to talk about or couldn't talk about, that he just didn't want to be there anymore. I mean, for Christ's sake, shortly after the guy stopped doing Coast to Coast, he began publicly requesting that they stop airing Dark Matter. So his opinion of his involvement with the show, with the brand, couldn't have changed all that much from December 31st, 2010 to the point at which he started asking that Dark Matter be taken off the air. I'm sorry, that somewhere in
this
time.
Saturday.
You guys are much more invested with this than I am, because quite honestly, I never noticed the difference because I only listened to maybe 3 or 4 shows a month. And when Nuri took over, I didn't listen at all. So I missed a lot of Art Bell during that time. So I don't know. I don't care. I don't care what Art Bell show it is. I want to listen to it.
And I agree with you.
So and with the Dark Matter, you could definitely hear the spring in Art's voice. It sounded like he was having fun. He was joking around. You know, there's definitely a spring in his voice, and he was having a blast.
Yeah, it started off with a little bit of a stutter that first episode, and then he quickly got. It's like after he made his first mistake, he was back. And I've always said I was late to the game for Art. I didn't listen to him live until the late episodes that he was filling in on. So that was the Art I knew, other than the people who are out there streaming old episodes of him. So I got to experience him being somewhat frustrated with callers and just the whole experience, it seemed like, and then listen to these classic episodes where he was awesome. I mean, there was nothing else like it on radio. So I was yearning for something I didn't get to be a part of. When he came back to Sirius, and I got to experience that with Bell Gab and live, it was awesome. I mean, I totally loved the experience.
Me too.
Did you guys notice any difference in the callers' content as far as, I don't know, being entertaining or during the Dark Matter? Because I think Art said something about that. He lost his base, or there, speculation in the forum about not enough callers, or that type of thing. I was curious to see what you guys thought about that, because I thought the callers were fine. I mean, you get bad ones every once in a while, but I thought it was generally good.
Yeah, I think that. Go ahead.
There's a thread floating around somewhere on Bell Gab about callers that were interesting, or I don't remember the exact subject, but we had 10 years to pick out jewels out of a lot of crap. We only had 6 weeks. I was fine with it. There were a couple of callers I was like, wow, this is really a piece of human flesh, but Art made most of it interesting. So
that was the magic, wasn't it? Him taking something that maybe wasn't great and making it interesting.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. He's definitely a talent, and obviously has got some side of destruction anymore. He doesn't want. I don't know.
Just listening to the gears in your mind cranking as you're attempting to psychoanalyze him.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah, we need a full report on this, actually.
And there hasn't been enough psychoanalyzing on the forum.
Right.
Jesus.
We need this official.
And I didn't read the follow-up post from Art where he says, "Wait a moment, I said I would honor the non-compete. I did not say I would not take legal action and try to change it."
But he sort of did. He kind of danced around that early on, saying, "No, I'm, if they're going to hold on to the non-compete, I'll honor that." Well, that pretty much says to me that you're not going to try to pursue any legal action.
Well, that's how I would interpret that, but maybe by honor he means do what is legally required of him. And if he's able to get out of it, then it's not legally required that he stay in it.
Maybe that was... Go ahead. I feel like I'm cutting everybody off.
Go ahead, Curtis. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say we're suffering from the email effect a little bit here, too. We don't get to hear the tone, and he's all about the way he says something. Some of these things he posts could be completely in jest, and we just aren't getting it because everyone's pins and needles.
That's a really good point. There was one post that he, I don't know, it was 5 or 6 days ago, where he was, it sounded like he was beating himself up. Oh, woe is me. I guess I'm all washed up and all that kind of thing. And that was totally tongue in cheek. That most people missed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
As did I, until he posted a follow-up saying, well, see how you feel when your words are thrown back at you or something like that,
You remember the show he did immediately after Ramona died, and someone heard him doing the show, and they called the police on him, and the police, because they said that he was possibly going to harm himself, and so Art had to literally walk away from the microphone because the alarm was going off, and he had to tell the police, no, I am in fact not going to commit seppuku, and then he had to walk back to the microphone and tell everybody what happened. If that show got a call to send the authorities to his house, I can't believe that post didn't. I mean, it was...
I never really thought about it like that. That's funny.
Yeah,
if you just read that at face value and didn't understand the sarcasm that might be behind it or the context behind it, you would say to yourself, holy shit, Art Bell just announced his imminent suicide on a forum.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
He called it sewer pipe instead of suicide.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
By that point, my eyes were so glossed over, I was just like, I have a goal to read every post because that's what I need to do. I have to read every post because that's what I have to do. I got to tell you, the last 60 pages of Art Bell Quit, it was
I am a beaver. I make dams. That is what I do. I chew the wood, and then there's a big thing of water. I stack it in. I make the water stop going because it's what I do. I'm a beaver. And then I'll go somewhere else. I'm going to do that again because I grab the wood. I make a dam. I'm a beaver.
That's exactly it.
I never thought your personality could be boiled down in that fashion, Onan. I always thought you were a slightly more complex individual than that.
No, there's nothing
impervious to the impulses and general failings that the rest of us face.
No.
He's just a beaver.
I am. I'm just a beaver.
Well, if you want to call the show tonight, you can do that. We had a lot of calls on the previous broadcast we did on this subject, which was during the spec sheet last week. This is the Gabcast, by the way. I want to make that clear. George Norrie did not call into the Gabcast last week. That was the spec sheet. This is the Gabcast, and if you would like to be on the show, if you were unable to get through on the previous broadcast, there were a lot of people who just didn't get through because we had too many calls. Number to call is 573-837-4948. It's 573-837-4948. Actually, as I sit here, I'm a little bit surprised that nobody's called in yet. And I'm beginning to wonder if maybe there's perhaps a problem with our phone system. Is there anyone in the chat room commenting on not being able to get through on the phone?
No, they're asking why we haven't got calls, but no one's saying that they've tried to call.
Because we're so goddamn riveting. That's
right.
You guys are the what's that? We are who we've been waiting for. That's
yes.
Yeah. That's
I am who you say I am.
Anyway, I think the reason they're not calling is because I posted the wrong number. Up,
did you?
Yeah, I did, and I felt like a real dick after I did that.
Well then, 573-837-4948, 573-837-4948. Stick around, we're back in a minute. This is the Gabcast. If you want to be on the show tonight, the number to call is 573-837-4948, 573-837-4948. And as a special surprise, which is, well, why I'm going to need a change of clothing soon, I hear we have Art Bell on the phone. Hi, Art.
Hello there.
Oh, my gosh.
How are you?
That's unbelievable.
Doing well. How are you?
I hope my nervousness doesn't show.
I'm quite stunned. I'm going to go over here in the corner and just listen to everybody else talk.
So, Art, are you annoyed with us yet? I always have the feeling that when you hear these shows where everyone's sitting around henpecking everything you're doing and the things that you're talking about publicly, that it's probably annoying for you. I'm wondering if my perception on that is correct.
No, it isn't. Otherwise, I would have gone away.
Okay. Well,
you make a good point.
Well, I guess I'll say I'm so supremely depressed with the fact that we can't hear your radio show anymore, and I don't care in what capacity we hear it, from where, what the platform is, just the logistics of how it happens. Is there anything you can say to make me less depressed?
Not that I can think of. I'll say this. Look, it is what it is. I was surprised, like everybody else, when Coast suddenly showed up on 104. I guess not. When I say surprised, not that surprised, because I had a feeling something was going on, and sure enough, it was. I think that George may have posted something suggesting that they were in negotiations And he may have mentioned something about paying. So whether or not any money changed hands in this deal, I don't know. But if it did, that certainly changes the equation a little bit. Look,
I don't want to be too petty here, but I can't think of anybody wanting to listen to George unless he did pay them. So I apologize, but
you know, it was funny. I turned on the show for just a few minutes last night, and I heard George ask somebody, I swear to God, if the typhoon, which is now in Vietnam, was causing the rain in Hawaii, and I shook my head and turned it back off again.
So Hawaii's not next to Vietnam, then?
But can you see it from your backyard? That's the question.
See, that would have been logistically really great during the Vietnam War. We would have had just such awesome mechanics at our disposal during Vietnam had it just been right there off the coast of Vietnam, but it's not.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I am constantly
so here
amazed.
we are. It is what it is. In other words, they've put that show on. So all the time I was waiting for some word from Sirius XM. Apparently, that's what was going on behind the scenes. So that's a done deal. Now, the only question left in my mind is the non-compete. And there is a non-compete, and yes, I did sign that. And, you know, a lot of people don't understand that with radio or television or motion pictures or whatever, anytime you sign an agreement, it always contains a non-compete. Always. I mean, that's standard. So I'm left dealing with that and what to do. Well, initially I thought, you know, why fight it? But my opinion now is go ahead and legally challenge it. And so we'll see if we can deal with a non-compete. If we can, then we'll go ahead and do a show. And I'll do what I said I would do and stream for free at that. I kind of find it ironic, somewhat hypocritical, that during the time that I was in negotiations with Sirius XM to simply allow me to stream, because the streaming wasn't working over there well at all, they ended up going with somebody who did exactly what they said they didn't want to do.
That is the craziest thing.
They just bring in an inferior product that's got even less no exclusivity, and the guy that everyone really does want to hear is not going to be allowed on the air. Hi, do you have a question for Art Bell? Hello?
Man, we lost him.
Okay, well, I understand the nervousness. It is the great Art Bell.
It's not the great Art Bell. I'm just me, guys. I'm not absorbed with myself.
Well, Art, I have a question, and my instinctive take on this was, I'm tired of people saying that there were no streaming problems and that Art's just blowing smoke up everybody's, but I had the problems. There's post after post after post after post on the forum of people having the problem. So my question is this. Does a contract of the nature of what you signed, does it typically contain a provision that requires your boss, the company, the platform through which you're broadcasting, to transmit the show to the listener in an appropriate, reasonable fashion? And if that provision does exist and they don't do it, aren't they in breach, and doesn't that cancel everything?
That is certainly an appropriate argument. Sure. It is an appropriate argument, and one that we will make if we get to that point. So if we challenge the non-compete, yeah, of course, that's going to be an issue. That was the issue that stopped the show. And as I said in the message I think that I posted earlier, I would do the same thing again if faced with the same situation. A lot of people had no idea what was going on behind the scenes, and what was going on was meeting after meeting after meeting. And I told Sirius XM that this would affect our partnership if something wasn't done. So we had phone conferences with the brass at Sirius XM about the streaming problem, and there was a lot of talk, but the problem is still there now. And there are aspects to this that I know of that I can't discuss because I did receive the information confidentially. But, you know, if it gets to a court challenge of the non-compete, then it'll be a different story.
Oh, please, God, challenge it. Hi, you're on the air. Do you have a question for Art Bell?
Yes. Just want to say, well, I'm not sure if we're still saying Roswell, but it's good to talk at any...
No, you're not allowed to say that, but continue.
Oh, okay. All right. I just wanted to ask him, like, if you thought, like, there's, if he would want to do this, if George Knapp was, a full-time host, or if, someone of like that caliber was the host of Coast to Coast, if he would just be okay in retirement rather than, fighting the non-compete or even signing with Sirius.
I said a long time ago that if George Knapp, who is a great guy, was the host of Coast to Coast, I wouldn't have even tried to come back with Dark Matter.
Okay, let me stop you right there. Because I've listened to George Knapp, and I like him, don't get me wrong. But man, I don't know how to say this to you. And I'm not trying to blow sunshine up anybody's rear end here. You really, man, you were a big part of my nights for a decade. And I miss that. And I don't want you to ever try to minimize that and thinking that, George Knapp can do it, because they can't. I've never heard anyone be able to master the radio the way you do. And
well, the question is, why can't people do that today? Why is there not another Art Bell that's come up?
No one can encapsulate. If you could answer that question, there would be multitudes of Art Bells. And I will say this:
right,
the genre itself, and Art, not trying to blow more smoke, but we may never speak again, so I gotta get it in. I've never really cared about the genre enough to listen to it being discussed by anybody other than Art Bell. I've listened to all the replacement hosts on Coast. You can go listen to as many podcasts as you want, but there's just something intangible about Art Bell talking about this stuff that you can't, you just don't find anywhere else.
And we don't want to make you uncomfortable with the compliments, but we want you to understand that by saying, well, shit, I've said enough. Sorry. Go ahead.
Look, thank you all very much. I really appreciate that. I'm just me. I'm not.
We get that. We get that. But just you is pretty important to us.
And Art, also, I'm sure there was a period of time on the forum as you announced your departure from Sirius XM. I'm sure there was a point at which you said to yourself, "Holy, you know what? I mean, these people are supposed to be my fans. I can't believe some of the anger and vitriol and just the visceral nature of things that I'm seeing right now." But you got to understand that people are so passionate about you and the product you deliver and their desire to hear you back on the radio that's just sort of how it manifested itself as people were in shock and they just didn't know how to deal with things. And I'm guessing you've probably reached that conclusion yourself already without me having to say that to you.
I am just as passionate, if not more so, than my audience. I love it. I absolutely love it. And for anybody who thought I wanted to quit, boy, is that wrong.
Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, Art. Hi, Art. It's Ross. Just want to say thank you for the many years of amazing shows. I, like many people, hope that you fight the non-compete. I know it's something that would be a battle, and I wouldn't blame you if you just said, you know what, screw it, I don't want to go through that. But, I just want to say that I would love it if you're back on there, as everybody else would.
Thank you so much. I'd love it too. So we're going to see what happens. I said that I would follow this through, and I said that I would get to streaming and for free if I could. That's my goal, and I'm still trying to do it. So,
hey, Art, I have a question for you in that regard. Sure. Are you concerned at all? I mean, you were, I don't know what the word is to use. I'm still nervous because I'm talking to you, but you were bothered by the fact that it seemed as though your base just wasn't there, possibly because of the platform itself. The streaming issues certainly did not help, particularly as far as getting new subscribers was concerned. And so I'm kind of curious as to what your thoughts are, what your expectations would be if you were to just stream through your website. Do you think that you would have an uphill battle there in rebuilding your base and getting an established audience there? Do you think that would be a problem?
Not for a minute, no. I think that if we offered a free stream and we offered a quality product, and I consider, by the way, that Dark Matter was a quality product.
As do I.
I think we all agree.
We were just getting off the ground, and it would have become better and better and better. But there was not a viable future with the streaming problems we had. Now, again, I offered them within 48 hours a proposal that we simply continue as we were, except that I would be allowed to stream either for a year or until the streaming problems were fixed. They said no, and then turned around, within a week, and put on a show that was an awful lot more public in terms of radio stations and streaming and all the rest of it than we were proposing to do. We were only proposing to stream 4 live hours for 4 days. It would not have brought the walls of Jericho down.
Well, Art, do you think that helps your position on the non-compete, being able to say, look at what they did in light of what I offered them? Is that going to help you think, in your position to be able to say,
well, hey? I think a lot of things that, unfortunately, I can't talk about would help in trying to defeat a non-compete. In other words, things were said and things were
so if you were to give
asserted that I can't talk about right now. I'm really sorry.
No, that's all right.
That's okay. And Jasmunda, hi. You got a question for Art? I'm sure you do.
Yeah, hi, Art. I'm Andy from Australia. Spoke to you a few times on your show, and I just wanted to just lay it to rest. Was it me and my calling that ended the show?
His therapist has asked him that.
No.
Art, you were supposed to go along with the gag. We've been ragging him for 24 hours about this. You just blew everything wide open.
No. Look, somebody did make a comment on Belgab that I did take to heart, and that was about the Halloween show. But it wasn't because of that comment. It was because that comment was true. It was a weak show. And
why?
The reason it was a weak show is because at that point my base had pretty well gone. My call screener was unable to call the people who had sent in emails. He called quite a number of them, and then after a while was unable to get through. And, so, yes, it was a weak show, and that comment did, it hit me as being true. So it wasn't comment itself that did it. It was simply the truth of the comment that I recognized.
Art, is there perhaps a clause in your non-compete? I don't have any knowledge about the non-competes and how they work, but is there perhaps a clause in there that you might be able to challenge because you were only on the air for such a short time?
I don't know, but I can tell you this. The non-compete covers streaming. The non-compete covers virtually every form of communication invented and some of those not yet invented. So in other words, it covers right across the board.
So you can't even stand on your porch and talk to your neighbors without Sirius XM coming in?
Pretty close. It's very comprehensive. So if I have any hope to do what I want to do, and that is stream, then I'm going to have to legally take care of this non-compete. That's how I want to do it.
I asked this question on the forum to you. I don't know if you were able to see it. Is there anything that we common folk out here can do to help you?
It's a good question. I'm not sure what that would be. I guess, I don't know. Maybe go to Sirius and hold up signs saying "Free Art Bell."
Well, we were going to hold up "Save Evan" signs actually, but I'd be willing to go to the Art Bell side of things too. I can make more than one sign. Hi, you're on the air. Do you have a question for Art Bell, please?
Hey guys, hey Art. This is Dortmunder from the forum. I'm calling in on faulty Snoopy phone, so forgive me. But I have a question, Art. I don't know if you got a chance to see George posting last night. He was trying to do some damage control. But he mentioned something to the effect of, if Art Bell hadn't quit, then we could be going back to back right now on Channel 104. Ugh. And I think more than a few people laughed at that, but I was wondering what your thoughts were. Would you have ever done something like that?
Well, when I look at when George obtained his new crown, date-wise, it would suggest to me that these talks might have been going on prior to my
bet on that.
Part of my leaving. I can't be sure of that, but it certainly would suggest that.
One thing. Go ahead. Sorry.
I deal with. I rub elbows with a lot of management people, and they're always conniving. They've always got some back deal going on to cover any
contingency.
Right. That might possibly show up. And, well, I don't want to speculate much further than that because then I would just show how stupid I really am. But,
Art, I'm sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, Art, something, even before you announced your return to Sirius, something that I thought would have been just so awesome is if you would have run your show directly through KNI and streamed it from KNI as a KNI product and then somehow allowed other radio stations to syndicate with that. Is that something that could ever be possible in the future? Is that logistically possible? Is it a bad idea? I'm curious as to your thoughts on that.
You know what? I don't want to go back to terrestrial radio.
Really?
I don't want to. No, I've had many offers to do that, and I really don't want to do it. I want to do it on my terms, and right now my terms need...
Well, you've always been I'm sorry.
I would like to stream. I would like to stream. That's number one.
You've always been a groundbreaker in that way. I mean, you were the first one to really bring the internet into radio to begin with.
I remember in the late 90s, Art having video, in the late 90s, having video of himself doing the show from the desert in Nevada, and then like 8 years later, Rush Limbaugh starts providing video on his website and proclaims himself to be the first person ever who done it. And I'm just thinking there's a huge elephant in the room here, and his name's Art Bell. I don't know why he's not being mentioned here. You were a pioneer in all of those regards.
Don't forget that cats are now a really popular part of the internet, too.
Actually, guys, it goes back even further than that. We associated a BBS back in the days of dial-up.
That's right, you did.
A lot of people remember that.
With the radio program. So, yes, I think we were first out of the chute with that.
Art, another question, Art, that I've heard people ponder over many times over the course of the years is there have been a lot of people who've popped up little pirate radio streams of your show here and there on the internet, and people have always been curious as to what your take is on that, how you feel about that.
Well, okay, here you go. At the beginning, we were taken aback by the amount of pirating that was going on. It was up everywhere. My shows were showing up the next day on the internet. And then it got worse. People were doing live streams. And, God, it's like, how come everybody else can stream but me?
Isn't that just the silliness of the era we live in, the DMCA and just all the rules? I mean, everyone can break the rules except the people who are following the rules
and creating the content.
I could not have said it better.
Was Sirius actively going after these people, or were they just letting it slide?
I don't know of one instance in which they went after anybody, but they might have. I wasn't aware of it.
Hi, you're on the air. Do you have a question for Art Bell?
Hey, Michael. Hey, Curtis. Art,
hey.
And everybody else. It's Jordan in Muncie.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
And club number 3. Yeah.
I've got a question. Art, you seem really interested in being on the air in some capacity now. I just wonder at what point all this becomes not worth it anymore, and also what's your motivation to be on the air? Is it money? Is it just to have something to do?
No, it's not money. Money I have. My motivation in being on the air is I love it, and I've got to. I'll say this. My motivation in being on the air is because of what's on the air now. I really love a quality product, and
there's a few of those these days.
I'm trying to be careful in what I say here, but my goodness, guys, I did turn on the radio for a few moments last night at the beginning of the other show, and the first thing I heard is the other show's host suggest that a typhoon that was over in Vietnam might be the cause of rain in Hawaii. Yeah. And I just kind of shook my head and went,
we've been dealing with that for a decade now, and screaming in the wind. And I will tell you, the reason Bell Gab is successful is because there's a thing called Google, and on this thing called Google, people have a tendency to type the words George Norrie sucks. And I will tell you that probably 75 to 80% of the people who populate that forum found it as a result of typing those 3 words. I have never seen with such uniformity and ubiquity, such displeasure with a radio talk show host and how he maintains this control over that show that he's maintained for a decade now. It's a declining of standards among Americans, or is it just the fact that he's malleable and corporations like malleable people? What is it?
I think all that's fair. In terms of, yeah, it's fair. Look, I love the genre. I love the paranormal, and I want to see it treated fairly. I guess that's the best way I can put it. And I don't think that it's getting a fair treatment right now. Do you?
I would agree. No.
Well,
it's dead to me.
It's not being challenged.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
First, a couple of things. First of all, the man can't even ask a coherent question. He doesn't follow the conversation. He's hardly ever prepared for whatever the person's talking about. And then he says inane things like, do you think comets have a brain? I mean...
And they know which side of the Earth to crash into?
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I know. I know. The paranormal deserves better.
Much better.
It needs to be...
Especially now when there's so many different things out there to hear that quality doesn't rise to the top like it should.
Well, there probably are some people out there doing pretty good shows. I don't know that they've received enough attention or wide enough distribution to be effective. And it is tough. You know, it's a tough road to climb. I'm lucky because I've got a name. I'm lucky because I built a program. And I have to admit, you know, I'm the one who laid down the law and said, look, if we can't stream, if we can't get to my base, if we can't see the future growth of this program, then I can't continue with it. And that was on Monday.
Yeah, that crushed me, by the way. I want you to know that. That crushed me.
Well, I think one question...
I mean, my life's a little more fuller than that, actually, but I was like, please, man, just stick it out. It'll get better. I promise it'll get better.
Well,
I guess, hold on just a second. Art, I guess that's a question for you is, what do you say to people who say, and this was my take on the matter, that 6 weeks in the context of broadcasting just isn't enough time to really build anything, and that maybe you should have stuck it out just for that reason alone? What do you say to that?
Oh, yeah, I know a lot of people say that. Well, I could have stuck it out, and when I do a show, whatever show it is, I give it 110%. I mean, I really work my butt off.
I believe that.
The show.
It shows, too.
And
why we're here.
I was willing to continue to do that, but only if we had a way forward, only if we could continue to grow it. And under those conditions, we could not continue to grow it. So I'll put forward that effort. Trust me, guys, I will keep plugging away with all my heart and all my soul, but I want to see that I have a road I can go down that's going to lead somewhere.
All right. Well, let me offer you this. I live in North Carolina. The police can't find anybody in North Carolina. I got 2 acres. You can do anything you want. Just an offer. Play around with it for a while.
Yeah. Talk to Aaron, see what she has to say. He can help. He can hook you guys up with a really nice tool shed. It's got running water.
I got a really
I know North Carolina. I was born there.
Hi, you're on the air. You have a question for Art?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey.
Steel Bot.
Steel Bot, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, dude?
Hi, Art. I would like to ask you if using the services available currently that Sirius has, and with what you've seen, people that can do things on the internet with your show and your product already, is there any viable solution out there that going forward you are seriously considering and are going to do once, even if you are held to the 2-year non-compete?
Boy, I'm not getting all this, guys. Could you repeat the
He was
question
basically asking you where you're going to conduct business if and or when you get out of the non-compete. I guess that's the gist of his question.
I think a follow-up to that is I know there was a test happening on your website for streaming. What were the results of that test?
The results of that test were very good, and if we can get out of the non-compete, we would stream from there. We'd do it from a studio here. We would stream from there, And we had servers lined up from here to Toledo, Ohio. In other words, we could have handled as many tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands as would care to stream in.
Hi, you're on the air. Do you have a question for Art? Okay, I guess not. If you want to be on the show, the number is 573-837-4948, 573-837-4948, as we chat with the legendary Art Bell, which is why my stomach hurts as a result of nervousness. Is everyone still here, by the way? Can everyone still hear me?
Yep. Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, because I think Eddie Dean was just removed from the conference. I don't know, Art, is there anything more to this situation than has been pondered publicly and pontificated over?
That can be.
Speculated on?
Well, there is, but as I've mentioned, there's information I was told in confidence, and I'm keeping that confidence.
Sure.
At least up until the point that we get into some sort of legal situation, and then, Katie bar the door.
One question I have for you is, when you first started out with the deal with Sirius, how big was streaming in your mind at that point? Did you see it as a major vehicle for broadcasting the show, or was it something after the fact when it had a problem that you realized that, wait?
Good question.
Actually, I received a message from the management person who enticed me to come to Sirius in the first place, which suggested that the streaming was wide open, available in America, Canada, and worldwide. And, that wasn't exactly true.
No. Hi, you're on the air.
Reminds me.
Oh,
go ahead.
Let's go ahead and take
Roswell.
Hey there.
This is Dan 7800.
Hey there. What's up, brother? What's up?
I was wondering what you think about the old streams, like fine art streams.
Oh, great question.
Yeah, that's basically the same question. What do you think about the pirate streams out there that are playing old Art Bell shows?
Okay, I was starting to say earlier that in the beginning I was pretty upset by the amount of piracy that was going on, but as the streaming difficulties became apparent, and very apparent, I told Keith, I said, look, until this gets fixed, let them go. Stop sending links back to Sirius. And we had been doing that. We'd been sending links of pirate stuff back to Sirius to let them handle it. But it got so bad, it got so rough that I said, let them go. And that's where it stands.
What about in the interim, the 10 years prior to your return to Sirius? I mean, those types of streams were everywhere, just as people longed for the return of the great Art Bell. Did you ever have any thought about those streams playing your coast-to-coast shows prior to your return to Sirius?
Well, no. Those were owned by and are owned by Premier. And if Premier wanted to stop them, then Premier had to get out there and do it.
In my opinion, they've got to be the dumbest people that walk. I mean, talk about advertising for you. Playing your shows on a competing station, which is so much better than their main talent, is like...
That is odd.
I mean,
that brings up our...
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Let me put it this way. During the 10 years that I was retired and Coast was on a daily basis, I frequently wondered if anybody in management at Premier actually listened to the show.
I don't think so. I really don't.
I think they looked at the amount of money coming in for advertising. That must be the...
that would be my view as well. Yeah.
I keep bashing this guy, but it's too easy.
Well, here's something else I want to say. I really want to say this. I originally thought, you know what? George Norrie is a nice guy. I really thought that. And I thought that was George's main attribute, that he was a nice guy. I have absolutely changed my opinion, and that began about a week prior to the program when they put on a guest who had said horrible things about me.
Oh, believe me, I said...
And then continued to get worse and worse and worse. So my opinion of George Norrie is that he lost his main attribute, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Which alone isn't enough of an attribute to sustain a radio broadcast anyway. Hi, you're on the air. Do you want to ask a question of Art Bell?
Hello, this is Jack in Seattle.
Hey there.
Hey, Jack.
Hey, Art, how are you?
Fine.
Oh, that's great. One quick question. Do you think that the weather on this planet is being deliberately controlled?
No, not really. I don't think we have the ability. I think we've made attempts to control the weather, but I don't think they've been successful. If we were able to control the weather, a lot of the bad stuff that's happened recently should not have occurred.
You know, I'm kind of curious, just asking Art Bell type questions rather than questions specifically about all of this business stuff. Over the years, Art, you've taken a lot of criticism from people because you're not necessarily on board or not on board at all with the whole 9/11 conspiracy notion. And that was one of the things I always appreciated about you, because you're one of the few hosts in this genre who are not walking around with tinfoil on their head believing that a missile struck the Pentagon. And I'm kind of curious if your position on the matter has evolved over the years.
No, actually not. I was awake and watching when the planes hit the trade towers and the Pentagon, and I still think the planes hit the buildings in the Pentagon. And so, no, I don't think it was somebody with dynamite or some other, C4 or whatever that blew up the buildings. It is what it was. And
yeah, I agree. I completely.
Me too. What do you think about people out there?
And I took a hell of a lot of heat.
You did?
I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I said that. So.
Hi, you're on the air. Do you have a question for Art Bell? Hello? And I guess you do not. Hi, you're on the air. Do you have a question for Art Bell?
No.
Hello?
But do you have anything to share with us at all?
All right. The number is 573-837-4948, 573-837-4948. Do you guys have any more questions for Art? I mean, we've really just plugged his... he must be sweating at this point. We've really worked him.
The only question I have is the last.
I'm sorry. What was the last question?
At least for me, this is Curtis. What's your opinion of podcasting and the future of that? Do you think at some point it's going to take over where terrestrial radio is now? Do you think?
I think it is a future. It's so totally the future, and I think it's even the future for Sirius XM. And I have told them as much. It is a future, and if they don't get on board, the years are going to pass them by, and the technology is going to pass them by. So, yeah, it's a future. Look out terrestrial radio. Look out AM and FM, and look out satellite radio. You either get on board, or you'll be left behind.
I don't even think podcasting is the future. I think it's the present. I can't really. I mean, aside from your show, Art, I maybe occasionally Rush. I can't really think of many shows on terrestrial radio that I would care to listen to. Everything else I listen to is in the form of a podcast, and it seems to me, as you look around at statistics across the country, radio stations are seeing record lows in their revenue. The Grim Reaper, he is knocking on the door. I just don't know how many of them really acknowledge he's standing
I think it's
there.
like the newspaper business.
I think radio is going to be around a long time. It's just everybody's got to stop trying to do the same damn thing. You can't do politics 24/7, and that's what people want to do. And it's just, that's just so incestuous. So
I agree totally. But look, the net is the future.
I agree with that.
Two ways about it. It's the future, and you're going to see a slow but sure erosion of AM and FM numbers, and you're going to see a slow but sure increase in stuff on the net. And let me tell you, Sirius XM, which is primarily aimed at vehicles right now, is in the next few years looking at internet that's going to be in vehicles, and then Katie bar the door because everybody's...
You're absolutely right there. Yeah, I agree with that.
The floodgates just open in terms of what type of content is available to you. Hi, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, Art?
Yes, hi.
Hey, Art. Yeah, you're the best, man. I'm so sorry everything going on, but it was good to have you on briefly, and I know you'll be back. I know you're all for the internet and the streaming, and that's fantastic, and that's going to be your future, I'm sure. But what's to stop you from going on like a terrestrial again? And I'm sure you could get a show in the flash. Is it you really that against it, or are you still in contract with people?
Okay, now the non-compete covers terrestrial as well, but even without the non-compete, I'm not looking to move backward. I want to move forward, and forward is the internet. So, given an opportunity to be out of this non-compete, that's the direction I'm headed. I'm going to stream.
Hi, you're on the air. Do you have a question for Art?
I sure do. This is Doug in Orlando.
Hi, Doug.
Hey, Doug.
Go ahead.
I suppose this is a pretty small question compared to the big items we're dealing with here, but those shows, dark matter shows, were some of the best ever. And I would love and pay dearly to get a CD of those. Is that ever possible?
Well, again, I don't own them. I'm here big enough to admit I made a big mistake by getting involved with another large company. What I should have done is go to streaming in the first place. But I thought that here's Sirius XM, and I thought, gosh, they came at me and said, Art, we've got satellite radio all over the U.S. and Canada. It was very tempting. We've got streaming that covers the U.S., Canada, and the world, which turned out not to be quite so true. And I thought it was a good opportunity away from terrestrial radio, so I'd give it a shot. My mistake. I should have gone directly to streaming. But, hindsight is 20.
Yeah.
Hey, Art, in the course of these decisions you've made recently that led to you appearing on Sirius XM and led to your subsequent departure, people are wondering what kind of representation you have and what kind of advice you're getting. I mean, during the course of all of this, perhaps through contract negotiations and whatnot, did you have legal representation, or do you even want to comment on that?
No, I didn't. I did not.
Do you regret that, or do you feel like it was okay that you just went it solo?
Well, I'm not sure that legal representation in the beginning would have made any difference. The non-compete still would have been there. I doubt any lawyer would have managed to have that removed. So I guess the time for legal representation is coming now.
Good. I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah.
Golly.
That's what we need to know. There's a plan.
Hi, you're on the air. Do you have a question for Art Bell?
Hello?
Hey.
Join us.
Oh, it's me.
It is you.
You're on.
Yeah, this is the guy from Pittsburgh, Ed Martinez.
Oh, boy.
Not my name. Hello, Art.
We're in trouble now.
Hey, buddy.
I got a question for you no one's asked. I remember when the movie came out, and they said tornadoes couldn't appear in the L.A. basin. What about you and Whitley reading an update? The same with the Art of Talk. If they can't keep you on radio, they can't keep you writing a book.
No, they can't keep me from writing a book, and I might just do that. You never know.
How about the Bell Gab coffee table book?
I'm buying 10 copies. Let's do it.
Hi, you're on the air. Do you have a question for Art Bell?
I do have a question for Art Bell. Well, first of all, I've already got hashtag Free Art Bell going out on Twitter and
Everybody
Facebook.
join them.
This is Matt in Phoenix, by the way. Morphia Flow on the board.
Oh, hey.
Hey, man.
So good to talk to you. So here's my question, actually, kind of skims the periphery of this. I know that Art and George Knapp are good friends, and I believe George Knapp still fills in on Coast. Did that ever put him in an awkward position? Is George supportive?
Did that put George Knapp in an awkward position?
George Knapp in an
that's what I was going to say. I think George has been in an awkward position. When he came and did the story on me in the first place, while he was working for Coast, I'm sure he took some grief about that. Certainly, I've not been in an awkward position, but George, look, I will say it again. I think that he's a great guy. He's a good broadcaster.
Knapp.
And he does a great paranormal show, as well as a great newscast here in Las Vegas on Channel 8.
We're leaving out Ian Punnett in this. What's he up to? Do you have any idea? Did you stay in touch with him?
I don't. I know why, of course, he left the air.
Right.
Medical reasons. And I don't know what he's up to.
When you say you know why he left the air, is that something the rest of us don't know?
No, he's got
no, I think he's
tinnitus.
got tinnitus.
Yeah, tinnitus. That's it. Exactly. Yeah, because he definitely sounded like he didn't want to leave, but he had to.
Right.
Well, I don't know. I feel like we've really. I'm out of questions. What about the rest of you? I would just like to hang out with Art Bell. I mean, like, if you just want to hang out, we can have lemonade. I can ship it.
Listen, I've got dinner coming up, probably on the table already. But I did want to do this, and glad to answer any questions.
Do you primarily eat Philippine cuisine, or is it just a lot of frozen pizzas and stuff?
We eat a combination of Philippine and American food. There's a lot of good Philippine food, that's for sure.
It's spicy, though, is it not?
No, that would be Thai food. Philippine food is not quite so spicy.
Well, Art, I'm just in shock. I started listening to you when I was 13. I'm 34 now. You've been, well, can we do one more question? Just real quick?
Well, how about one more statement?
Okay.
And that is that it seems to me that SiriusXM really doesn't have a good reason to hold me to this non-compete. As long as I don't cross the hours. I mean, they are carrying coast to coast now, right? So as long as I don't cross the hours of coast to coast, it seems to me that, my goodness, after 6-7 weeks of working for them, I'd be more than glad to purchase the studio equipment that's here and just do a streaming show that does not conflict with coast and stream it. And I just don't know why they would have reason to hold me to that non-compete unless there's a reason.
Is it just anger? Revenge? A vendetta on their part, possibly?
Can't rule that out.
Why would we? I mean, it's as possible as anything.
Yeah, I'm not in their head, so I really don't know.
We do have to remember that's a public company, so if we can put enough pressure on them, who knows what could happen.
Falky says he's buying stock, so there you go. That.
Well, Art, I feel better. I'm nervous that you called tonight. It made me nervous, and now my stomach hurts. But on the other hand, I feel reassured that wheels are in motion, as the guy on Seinfeld said. So thank you for calling very much. We're so appreciative.
You're very welcome, guys.
Yeah, thank you,
for being there.
It was great.
And
man,
vicious but vaguely lovable, and that's why I'm still there.
Thank you, Art.
Art, if you ever want to call again, please call.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, take care, Art. That's Art Bell.
Man.
Wow. Art Bell, everybody.
You know why I called, right?
You want to end the show now?
Are you kidding me?
You know why I called, right?
Why?
Because I was here.
I don't think anyone's denying that.
Okay. Well, I just want to make it clear.
Oh, I thought you meant maybe because of a comment you made that was considered adversarial on the forum. I was taking you seriously. Wow, I really am a stupid man. Go ahead.
You've now become number one on my top posters to watch because someone else who held that position before is no longer there, I believe. So you now have number one spot. Enjoy.
Oh boy, the pressure's on now.
That's right. Art Bell today could not have been any better.
I just
man, I'll tell you what. I never expected this night to be this way, but man,
I just can't believe that happened. I didn't even really want to do the show tonight. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, this is Redacted.
What's up with your parentheses?
Redacted. Hey, I always thought you were a guy.
Yeah, you're a
come down there.
Wow.
I'm always relieved.
Right,
I'm always relieved when I know that a Coast Gab user or a Bell Gab user is a female. I don't know why. I just find relief in that for some reason. Anyway, hi. How are you doing? What's up?
Oh, well, I had a great question for Art, just to leave everything.
Ask me. I'll pretend to be him.
I've got his phone number, so I can give it to you.
All right, cool, because I have to know. This is so critical, mission critical. Is he going to have Madman Markham back on the air as soon as he returns?
Art said that he's not going to be allowed on the air because Art will no longer have guests who are white. So there's that, and we have to...
Crap, I turned off my radio so I could call in. I missed the good stuff.
You know, white people everywhere we turn, we're just being bitch slapped. I don't know what we're going to do about this. How much are you going to take? I'm just kidding.
It's a burden we have to carry. What can I tell you?
What did you think about that? Wasn't that surreal, Redacted? I mean, wasn't that just... I saw the number come in. I saw the area code. And so I Google searched the area code, and I saw that it was coming from Nevada. And I thought, there's no way that's Art Bell.
While you were doing that, we were just having a conversation.
Oh, that's
Did you
because
not? I mean, did we all just have simultaneous heart attacks?
my stomach
I
hurts
did.
so bad right now. My stomach is in such. I swear to God, I had coffee on top of it. I really do feel like someone shanked me in the gut.
I had a
Yeah, I had 4 shots of espresso before this, and I'm just like
I had
ready
coffee
to
myself.
burst.
I know.
I felt like I was talking to an old friend. I really did.
It was so comforting to talk to him. I'm just.
It really was. It was the best therapy.
If
We
I've ever
covered
had a man
everything.
crush.
I thought that was with me, man.
Adorable.
Hey, wait.
I
think we
just,
got a microphone here.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
What'd you say? I'm delusional.
I thought the man crush was with me, man.
You're a little old. Sorry to say that, but
distinguished and seasoned.
Well,
and we can't stop now. Now we need to have the what would be the right word for it? The post-mortem after after that.
Never mind.
Whatever that road.
Hi there.
Look,
You're on you're on the air. What do you have to say?
Hi, Michael. This is Sherry 440.
Hi, Sherry 440.
Hi.
Another female.
Yeah, female. I was going to call in and ask Art a
Careful,
question,
she's got a
and I
Smith & Wesson.
chickened out. In all the years, decades that I'd listened to him, I never called in. But I wanted to tell you, Michael, for one thing, that I thought you did a stellar job monitoring that or kind of moderating that interview with Art Bell.
Thank you. I don't believe you, but thank you.
No, seriously. You've got what it takes there, Michael, because I remember
Michael doesn't
listening
like
to
compliments,
you
so be careful.
when it was like a train wreck. Well, this wasn't a compliment. The train wreck was sort of a train wreck, but I kind of go back a ways for you, although I've never found this particular broadcast yet.
You didn't like
the
you didn't like the train wreck show?
I didn't like Evelyn.
You bitch.
Hush your mouth.
Okay, let's end this podcast now.
You know how
that
women
comment
are.
cannot stand.
God, I
Evelyn's
hate women. They're no longer allowed on Belgab.
Evelyn was the only, Evelyn was the
Anyway,
only one that
you did a
brought
great
class to
job.
this place, but that's me.
Well, Sherry, keep playing that piano. And
yeah, will do.
Well, by the way, what's the context in which you perform? Are you someone we know, or what do you do on the? I mean, I know you press the keys, but what do you do with the piano?
I played here in Portland for 25, maybe 30 years. In fact, I just got a call while Art was winding up from somebody wanting a pianist this Saturday night for somebody canceled. And I almost didn't want to answer. I was like, no, I want to hear the end of this. But just, the high society stuff, there's quite a high society here in Portland.
Can you give the name of the venue where you've performed?
Oh, I don't anymore, but we played at the hotels, not taverns or anything, but we played all the big hotels for all the Jewish weddings. If you were a high society person, weddings,
I am.
Bar mitzvahs, all that stuff. Back in the day, there were Christmas parties, holiday parties for big companies, stock market companies, and so on. We did all that. So we only played at the big hotels, which there were probably a dozen.
That's some big bucks.
We were the band.
It is.
Yeah, big bucks. It was great.
Boy, my stomach hurts.
Well, you need
that's
to.
kind of dried up now. Now it's all DJs. So, but it was a good gig.
You guys, thank you, Sherry, very much, and thank you for listening to the show tonight. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I have to take a call.
Talk amongst yourselves.
We'll kibitz.
Yes.
I feel dead.
I feel the need to say, what was your favorite part of that whole experience we just had? What was the one thing that surprised you with his comments?
That he can't even broadcast from his porch.
That is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing too is that he clearly has the love for still being out there. Hey, looks like we have someone on the line.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Ross again. I hope it's okay that I called in twice.
This time we're going to
one call at a time, please, sir.
Yes.
Oh,
Turn
my
down
God,
your radio.
I was so fucking nervous when I was asking Art, just saying that to him in general. You guys just missed a unique opportunity to ask Shirley about the high society stuff. I'm sure she's played at all the cult, high society type things, like in that Stanley Kubrick movie.
Did you just say the occult high society things?
Yeah, I was joking. It was a joke.
Oh, okay. All right. I just making sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. But, no, you guys did an amazing job. Onan, fuck you for being so amazingly calm the whole time. I mean, you just were perfect.
I'm on drugs. It's okay.
Yeah, that's obvious.
So what you're saying is that's a prescribed calm. Okay, I won't go there.
Well, that's nice of you to say. Thank you.
But I kind of feel like, if he had called in last week, and not that as if he was going to be able to say anything that he, could have said last week. He wouldn't have had anything to say, essentially, last week. But it would have definitely calmed a lot of people's nerves. But, the fact that he did call in and explain everything and was so calm about it.
Oh, I guarantee you tomorrow, it won't even be tomorrow. I guarantee you sometime tonight, somebody's going to pick apart what he said and find reason to piss and moan about it. I guarantee you.
Someone is in their mother's basement doing that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what
their nuts cut off if that happens.
Well, hey, as bitter as I sound when I said that, that's part of the deal. People get to post whatever they want here, and sometimes I don't like it, but sometimes it makes me think.
I'm back.
And I don't always welcome it at first, but then I go back and think about it. I'm like, hey, he's got as much right to post as I do. So I bitch and moan, but there it is.
That's true.
Yeah, it's like being at the bar. I mean, not everyone's going to have the same opinion as you.
Exactly, and I got enough broken bones to show that. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Being at a completely fucking batshit crazy bar this past week.
That's true. That's true.
And I want to comment on something that Art said about the impression that he had about George being a nice guy, and how that was the one quality. There's so many things that I think are going to come out in the next few weeks.
God, I hope so.
I know.
Well, if Art goes the legal route, there's the discovery process, which is going to expose pretty much anything that hasn't been exposed thus far.
Exactly, but I'm
whatever.
Talking with forum users.
On October 10th of 2000, or October 23rd of 2002, Art Bell made his second point of saying, George gets it. And I always felt like, and my comment has always been that I felt like Art got caught with a hooker and was trying to pass her off as his cousin.
I think Art was just doing I think Art had a lot of friends in Premier Radio at that time, or Clear Channel, however you want to view it. And maybe he was just doing them a favor, trying to be a nice guy, and trying to facilitate a smooth transition. I don't think it was much more than that, though.
He was just towing the line. That's all.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me if there was a little bit of. I mean, back in the day, he had a stake, right, in the advertising and all of that. That's what made him so powerful in the beginning. It wouldn't surprise me if there was some kind of dwindling down of his value in it and what he was getting, and he didn't want to ruin the stock that he had helped build.
I think he said the bare minimum. He said the bare minimum of what it was needed. He didn't give a glowing review. He just said George gets it. George gets it.
I guess it's just my overall. I guess it's just my overall dislike of George that just, well, never mind. You don't know how I feel.
Hey, we got another caller. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, I've got an answer to all the problems. We need a Bell Gab satellite in orbit.
That's already there, sir.
Already there. There may be one watching you right now.
That's how we. That's how we handle the moderation system. See, it goes through a satellite, and then it's uplinked to the junction box and the sprocket detachment mechanism. Which I don't know.
We should name it Aldous One.
And that's
I'd like that. Yeah, I'd like that.
Is this Aldous Burbank?
No, I just think that would be a good name for a satellite.
Aldous One.
Who is this? Who is this?
All right, thanks, guys.
Who is this?
Who is this? Who?
That's My Slayer, Monk.
I enjoy your post, sir.
All right, thank you very much. All right.
That's kind of my shtick to tell everyone who calls that they're one of my favorite posters.
You mean it's not true?
Well, I don't really know what more to say. We had Art. We had Art Bell on the show
for
himself.
Hour.
I mean, we can sit here and speculate as to everything that's happening, but we had the man himself. What more do you people want from us? Hi, Jasmine. You want to say something? My little baby is sitting here on my lap. I can't believe she hasn't said a word. Normally, she won't be quiet. Hey, baby. Say something. Say hi. She's being shy. She's just staring at the microphone in wonder. What is this thing?
Is Art Bell on the other side of that?
This is not a biscuit. It is, in fact, a microphone. Say hi. Say hamido. That's some Arabic thing. I don't even know what it means. Say hamido. Say it. She's smiling. It's as if she knows she's on an internationally recognized radio show.
What, we're being simulcast on something else?
I don't know.
I was going to say TMZ.
I open sourced this thing, baby. I don't know what people are doing with it. Anyway, is the show over? I kind of have that feeling we should leave on a high note.
Yeah, I agree.
There's no point in trying to just
I had a
drag
thesis,
this thing out.
We can't outdo that.
This was awesome. This will be hard to top.
Mm-hmm. And with that, I agree. This is the Gabcast. I'm MV from BellGab.com. We have the Mud King. We have Eddie Dean and Onan.
Good talking to you guys.
Yeah.
Pray for Goatsy.
Pray for Goatsy.
That's
Pray
it.
for Goatsy.
See you guys.
Good night,
Have a good
everybody.
night. We'll see you next week.